Big stop. Big stop. Are you guys here? Anyone here yet? Oh, God, almost a safety. Whoa, Josh Allen's beast. And a flag. Oh, my God! Wow, there's a flag, though. Wow. That is who Josh Allen is. Yes, he is. Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. Just a beast, man. He does. He does. I just started. This is my first time ever doing play-by-play. And I figured since everything kind of got messed up with first things first today, I figured I want to try it. So, and a lot of people have been asking me to do this. So I don't know how this is going to go. And I didn't tell anyone that I was doing this. So I don't know if anyone's even really going to be here. So, part of the problem. Yes, they do. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Do you usually watch a lot of these play-by-plays type streams? Yeah, and Con Coward's my favorite, honestly. Ooh, Josh Allen, flush out of the pocket again. Always making Josh Allen do everything. Guy's a workhorse. Yeah, that makes sense. I hear that. The problem is I don't know if I can do actual like play by like saying every single thing that goes. You know what I mean? But right now it's 3rd and 6 on the 30. Jets still on 30. Ooh, beautiful throw to Shakir. First down. The Bills are definitely regaining momentum. That's for sure. after that 50-yard scramble throw by Allen. Just beautiful. Oh, God. And there we go. Pass interference. Pass interference against Knox. Oh, well, I just posted a video all about the Dallas Cowboys losing via First Things First. I'm going to be doing the Detroit Lions version of that clip soon as well. Do the Eagles make the playoffs? That's a good question. It all depends. Do they end up winning the division? I think it's still possible that they could win the division. But if not, the wild card will probably be really difficult. So they got to get their act together. And they have to win all the games that they're supposed to win. Right? They got to beat the Giants 2-0. They got to, I don't have their schedule in front of me. Split the Commanders. At least split the Cowboys. Even if they make the playoffs, you're not going to have a lot of confidence in them, doing anything come time playoffs. They tried to the other game. They tried to versus the Browns. But it was lazy. It wasn't actually interesting. They were just like, all right, we're supposed to give the ball to Saquon. Oh, Josh Allen had him. That was a tough throw to Samuel in the end zone. Oh, yeah, it's packed. I mean, think about the entire NFC North. I mean, you have the Bears, and nobody was accounting for the Vikings. I mean, I was accounting for the Vikings. I said they were going to be legit with Sam Darnold. But you have the Vikings, you have the Packers, the Lions, the Bears. Oh, my. It's wild. So that alone is going to, you're going to have all those teams in the playoffs. Oh, there we go. Touchdown. Josh Allen. Hollins. Beautiful throw. Beautiful play. Beautiful catch. Boom. Yeah, the Browns are a question. Listen, they're struggling because of their quarterback more than anything. So it's not like their defense is trash, but their defense isn't as elite as I thought. Or as I had even originally thought. Although I said going into the season, I don't think their defense is as good when I investigated a little bit further. And a lot of Cowboys fans were angry about that. Oh my God, blocked extra point? Or just a miss? I looked weird. Yeah. As Joe Buck just said, that was just weird. I think it got blocked. Yeah, I seen better kicks on College Game Day, Joe Buck just said. Party like a rock. Party like a rock. Party like a rock star. Hold on. Let's see. Sam Darnold looks good, but I do think he is going to come back down to earth. I don't think so. I don't think there's no earth for him to come back down to. I think he's really supported with the team that he has right now and Kevin O'Connell. So if he was playing this well randomly, then I could agree, right? If he was randomly playing this good and he was on the Pittsburgh Steelers or something, then I would say, okay, I could see that. Or if he was playing this well with the Panthers, the Jets, but he's with Kevin O'Connell. He's supported with not only a great offensive head coach, but as well as the weapons there. Is this live stream going to be a regular thing? I don't know. I'm trying to just experiment with it right now. Honestly. This is the first time I've done it in this way. I've always wanted to try it. Do you guys want this type of thing? Is this stuff that you guys consume? That you watch? I didn't tell anyone I was doing this. So, probably not going to get as many people as I would as if I told everyone prior, hey, I'm going to be doing this. That was my mistake, because I wasn't sure if I was. I thought I was going to do it on Thursday, but I'm not going to be able to on Thursday, I don't think. So then I was like, okay, let me try this. And then first things first, messed up because they didn't air their show until later because of the baseball playoffs, which was just absurd. So I was like, all right, let me do this. I do not think the Bucs are winning that division. The Falcons are the better team. I know that game got out of control near the end with the Saints versus the Bucs, but they were literally losing to backup quarterback-led Saints. It's a shame we didn't get to see that game with Derek Carr. Good return by the Jets. Taken to the 35. The Falcons, the Packers, the Lions, the Bears, the Eagles. Right, so you have 3 wildcard teams, right? 7-7? And 2 buys? Baker has not played like the best quarterback. Come on. Come on. You think Baker Mayfield has played like the best quarterback in the NFL right now? That's got to belong to Rodgers, beautiful throw. First down inside the 40. Who was that to? Brees Hall. Brees Hall. Lamar Jackson is playing better than Baker Mayfield. Jaden Daniels is playing better than Baker Mayfield. Ooh, flea flicker. Oh, and he just gets sacked. He just got drilled. Aaron Rodgers. Down goes Rodgers. He had the pass to Wilson. Oh, he definitely had Wilson, but the protection just broke down. He gets it back. He's about to... No, then he held back. He was going to make the throw, and then he pulled it back. I don't know if you can say that Baker has the better offense. But again, you were saying who was the better quarterback. Even if you just look at PFF, you can see the rankings. Joe Burrow's been a better quarterback. Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson. Did you see how many interceptions Baker Mayfield had yesterday? That was an awful, ugly game. I know they put up points and they ended up winning, but that was awful. Greg Olsen was like, I don't know what the heck Baker's doing right now. All right, 3rd and 15, Aaron Rodgers. On the, what is this, 44? 43? Oh, and he's sacked. Oh, they're just demolishing him. How many sacks is that? Aaron Rodgers is just getting wrecked. Let's see this. Oh, it just gets right by Smith. Oh, that's a hard one. It's so hard because Aaron Rodgers and Brady played in a different era in 2011 and 2007 versus 2018. By 2018, they had already changed the rules to favor offense and protect the quarterback more. I mean, imagine prime Brady playing in the modern era in the you know offensive in the offensive driven NFL. Brady only got that in the tail end of his career. Dude, the fact that it won't like stay at the scoreboard, it's very annoying. Prime Rodgers was more talented than Tom Brady, you're saying? Thank you so much, Marlon. Shout out to the Bucks. Baker Mayfield, baby. Which is better? 15 touchdowns and 5 interceptions, or 6 touchdowns and 2 interceptions? 15 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Yeah, I think people have to be more forgiving of Aaron. And I know Aaron's been tough from a player coach perspective, but he hasn't had he never really had an elite coach. He had one with Matt LaFleur, although Matt LaFleur was obviously new to it, and he probably needed to give him a second or two to bake. But he left that situation, and he was already, near the end, or pretty much at the end of his prime, before pretty much his entire career. Having Mike McCarthy as your head coach for all that time, great quarterbacks deserve great coaches, and Mike McCarthy is not a great coach. JCT slice. Rodgers was Mahomes before Mahomes. I know. I came across a reel or a short or whatever these things are called of Rodgers, and it's crazy the things that Rodgers was doing. You're like, my God. In fact, I think it was literally labeled Rodgers was Mahomes before Mahomes. I think that was like the title. Under 3 to go in the first half, 13-10. Josh Allen with the ball. 20 at the 20. 1st and 10. Ooh, quick throw. For 9 yards. 8 yards. Yeah, is Aaron Rodgers okay? He's been getting drilled this last game. In the same drive, he got drilled twice. At least they're all upper body. All right, rubbing your head. All right. Joe Buck is a little... not Joe Buck. Troy Aikman's like, oh, he shook up. He was rubbing his head. I think he's just like going like this. It's not like he's rubbing his head because he's like injured. In your opinion, who throws the prettiest ball? That's hard to say, honestly. Are we talking about in general? Or during, like, you know, a specific era? I forget, what did I say? Which video? In the Chiefs, I went on the Brock Purdy video. I forget which one. You mean when they were comparing what Brock Purdy did to Mahomes this season? You guys can only hear what I'm saying, right? You're not hearing anything of the game or anything like that? Correct? Prime Rodgers isn't even close to Mahomes. In which direction? You're saying that Prime Rodgers isn't as good as wasn't as good as Mahomes? I mean, if Aaron Rodgers had Andy Reid, Aaron Rodgers would have like 5 Super Bowls. Yes. JCT, it's happening right now. They're undercutting Andy Reid right now in real time. Just me what? I think people forget just how amazing Rodgers was. Fantasyland? Dude, Aaron Rodgers was a beast in his prime. And again, he had Mike McCarthy as his head coach for the bulk of his career. What are you supposed to do with that? I am sticking to reality. Just go YouTube Aaron Rodgers highlights. These quarterbacks, or just all these older players, also have just suffered from so many of their big moments weren't, social media is so different now. The way how easy it is to share. Like, obviously they were around when, like, Twitter and YouTube and all that stuff was around, but not in the way how things are shared now. Rodgers never had Kelsey, never had Andy, never had Spags. Oh, Josh Allen, scramble. God, he's just so. He is that dude. Talk about a guy who needs a real coach, Josh Allen. Second and 5. Josh Allen, 6 for 8, 85 yards, 1 touchdown, 8 rushing yards, 1 rushing touchdown. Surprise, surprise, he does it all. Second and 5 at the 41. No handoff and a quick throw to Kincaid, who gets it 1 yard short, and a flag. I'm just an NFL fan, actually. He is an alien. JCT. He is an alien. He had Donald Driver and Greg Jennings, not on the same level as the talent Mahomes was working with. Yeah, he didn't have Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce. And again, remember, Mahomes has gotten to play his entire career in this offensively driven team. Worst team in the NFL right now, in my opinion. Yeah, he won with MVS and Juju when he had the best defense in the NFL. And with the all-time best offensive head coach. And Travis Kelce, who's arguably the best tight end in the history of the NFL. The Browns are there mainly because Deshaun Watson is just, he's just done. That's shocking how done he is. No, Juju balled out when he had AB with Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, and that's one of the criticisms of Aaron Rodgers is his lack of interceptions because he doesn't take enough chances. All right, 3rd and 1. 1:40 to go. QB sneak. And the first down. All right, 1:20 to go at the 48. Josh Allen calls hike. He drops back. Oh! No. Deep throw, long. And a flag, but that was not catchable. Yeah. That pass was uncatchable. It was pass interference, but it was interesting because you would have said, though, that maybe he would have made a better throw. Pass interference. But the ball really sailed out of bounds. But he was holding him the whole time. Yeah. That's an interesting call. Probably a bad call. Favors the Bills. The Jets are upset. Oh my god! Oh, he knocked off his helmet. Reed lost his helmet. His helmet just shot off. God, that made me nervous, honestly, for a second. His helmet just got knocked off right away. MVS and Juju are not huge contributors to those teams. MVS was getting like 1 to 2 targets a game. If Packers put everything into defense, likely they did 2021, 2020 Aaron's would complain. Well, hey, Aaron was always going to complain. I'm not saying, I think Aaron Rodgers is a great player. I'm not saying he's easy or, easy to be, to have as your quarterback. Beautiful throw to Kincaid for first down on the 20, 58 seconds to go. They call a timeout. The clock's not moving. Now the clock is moving. Now the clock went down a second, but it's still not moving. What the heck's happening? Now the ref stopped it. Is there a clock malfunction? Now the clock is moving. What the heck was that? Oh, that's a flag. Too many men on the field. That was also pass interference. Wow. Too many men on the field and pass interference. They're going to get the ball at the 2, the Bills. Wow. I don't even know what that was. Yeah, what the Jets did was just ugly. $12 men and pass interference. Yep. I called that. Look at me. See, I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm doing. Look at that. I can do play-by-plays. Automatic first down. All right, let me catch up on this chat. Mahomes was Mahomes with Mike McCarthy would have the same problem Rodgers did. Oh yeah, absolutely. You think Mahomes is having all those Super Bowls if Mike McCarthy's his head coach? Is his head coach? Get out of here. They lose to the Ravens. They lose to the Bills. They would have lost to the Eagles. They lose to the Bengals. Wow, they finally handed the ball off for like 3 yards, 4 yards. 39 seconds to go. Timeout. Bills. McCarthy would literally have Mahomes throw the ball like 40 times a game. It works so well for Dak. Aaron can still sling it, but he has no time at all and can't scramble anymore. If he had the Lion O-line, I think he would have a decent season. He definitely needs a better O-line. There's no arguing that. And that's what made Tom Brady so smart. Tom Brady's like, I'm getting older. Protect me. Protect me, get me weapons. I'll do the rest. And he did. He did. Oh, wow. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman look red. Is that my computer? They look crispy. Forgot what I was going to say. I don't remember. There's a lot going on here. Catching the chat. $39 seconds. 2nd and 6. Pretty much at the goal. 1 yard short of the goal. Josh Allen drops back. Oh, pocket collapses. And he's about to get sacked. He hangs on to it. He throws it. He threw it. That was a pass. That was a pass. That was an incomplete. They're calling it a fumble. And the clock is moving now. We got to see this again. No, he just dropped it. Josh Allen just straight up dropped it. That was a live ball and a fumble. Yikes. Who recovered that? I can't see. The Eagles lost out on Andy Reid, definitely. It's widely seen that was the right move to fire him. And Andy Reid was always a great coach, but he also, he needed to make his mistakes with Philly and have his struggles. But yeah, Philly should still, that'll be their original sin. People forget how bad those GB defenses were back then. No, absolutely. And that was during a defensive-led era in the NFL as well. It's no mistake that Bill Belichick was able to be so dominant. If Patrick Mahomes had average defenses, had an average defense last year, they don't win the Super Bowl. And if he had an average defense this year, wow. Josh Allen is a freak. Josh Allen was about to get sacked by 7 different Jets players, somehow breaks 3, scrambles, and throws for the touchdown. I mean, just wild. Wow. 1, 2, scrambles to the left, throws a dart to Knox. Wow. It just doesn't get better than that. Anytime anyone wants to ask how elite Josh Allen is, just go watch that play right there. Is that a missed extra point? No, it goes through. He made those teams really talented. He was a huge reason why they drafted who they drafted, and he coached those guys to be who they are. I mean, considering all the success he had, and he didn't even have a Hall of Fame quarterback, is pretty remarkable. And again, that was during a more defensive-led era as well. Only 1 year did the Eagles actually have a true legit offense where they only ever had one actual wide receiver during Andy Reid's entire run, and that was with Owens. And of course, that was the year that they went to the Super Bowl. He's definitely a Cowboy. I blame the Bills. And it's not even reckless running. He just has no choice. He's a workhorse. He has to do everything just to keep his team in the game. JCT, you know that the Patrick Mahomes wins all the Super Bowls with no one else. No, not a good coach, no weapons, no run game, no receivers. The Jets are Swiss cheese. 20-10, 20-10. Are they going to try to do something? 21 seconds left at the 30. They have one timeout left. They're probably going to at least try to get a field goal. Aaron drops back. Soft little touch. Out of bounds for a whole 3 yards. 14 seconds remain. Yeah, they need Devontae. Both these teams need Devontae. Well, Josh Allen is 10 for 12, 112 yards, 2 touchdowns. Aaron Rodgers, 11 for 15, 126 yards, 1 touchdown. Did you guys watch First Things First? Even after baseball? Okay, they're at the 49. Eight seconds to go. It is interesting to see the Jets' different play caller now. I'm just not sure then what Nathaniel Hackett does now. Yeah, Nick Wright finally had to concede that the Cowboys are just not that good. He had the Cowboys winning that game. That has to be the worst. Anytime anyone says that Nick Wright is always right, thank you. I always post Texans content, so I got you. Love is the best QB they've seen this year. I'm trying to think of who else they played. Did they play Kyler Murray and the Cardinals? They played Anthony AR. They played. I'm trying to think who else they played. I honestly don't remember. That's so funny. Someone was just talking about those Hail Marys, and now they're showing highlights of those Hail Marys. Right, the Texans played the Bills. Sam Darnold. He's doing the Hail Mary. He still got it, man. He still slung it. Oh, it's a touchdown! Oh my God, what? No, he's saying he got it. He's saying he got it, and then it popped out. They're calling it a touchdown. A Hail Mary touchdown to end the half. Wow. You saw him catch it, hit the ground, and then it popped out. So let's see this. He catches it, maintains it, he's on the ground, and then they flick it out. That is 100% a touchdown. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. To Lazard. It's no question a touchdown. It has been confirmed. Wow, now the score is going to be 2017 unless they miss this extra point. And it goes in. The Cowboys are not good, I agree. Why does Josh Allen get so much hate? Haters going to hate, man. Haters going to hate. It's because Mahomes fans and Lamar Jackson fans. Lamar Jackson fans are sensitive. Mahomes fans think that there's never been anyone better. And anyone else that's good is trash. Oh yeah, they played the Bears. He said they played bad and he was wrong, but that basically every team has stinkers. I didn't see that apart. Yeah, I got to defend Josh Allen. Well, it's just crazy because the Cowboys could have lost to the Giants if Daniel Jones was even just did anything semblance of what a quarterback should do. If Justin Fields was just capable of actually throwing the ball, they lose both those games. They literally could have one win this season. They could be 1-5. Well, 1-5, is that what they would be? I'm really interested to see the Cowboys play the Commanders because the Cowboys have beat up on the Commanders. So you know the Commanders are going to be ready to bring it, and Dan Quinn is going to know every single weakness of Dak Prescott in that offense. Allen makes mistakes because he has to take so many chances just to keep his team into the game. He doesn't have the luxury. Yeah, Lions defense hasn't taken as much of a step forward as they were hoping. Vikings are going to roll them. Yeah, obviously losing Aiden is going to be a bad one. He has too many turnovers. First off, he's got like the same number of turnovers as like Patrick Mahomes and a couple other players for the last couple of years. But again, Josh Allen is asked, he has to constantly sling it just to keep his team in the game. Will they ever learn to knock it down for the Hail Mary? That was wild. Honestly, I couldn't believe it, and it was so hard to see live. It felt like it was a touchdown. Then you see it pop out, and I was like, it popped out too late. He had to have had that. Josh Allen, 10 for 12, 112 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a rushing touchdown. He has all the touchdowns. And the touchdowns that he has, he's had to make something out of nothing. He has to scramble. He has to avoid sacks. He's got the pressure. Josh Allen is a beast. Yeah, but they played the Rams, who lost Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp and had no offensive line. They played Kyler Murray and the Cardinals, whose offense is very hot and cold. Obviously, you know I'm supporting of the hold on, I gotta. This is spam, right? Did all those messages get deleted? Yeah, they scored on a Hail Mary. You should have been listening to my amazing play-by-play. Hey, we must be doing something right if we got spam and bots. I wish there was a way for everyone to be able to put their team in the set, the team that they're rooting for, like in their name, so I would know. Yeah, how many turnovers does Dak Prescott have as well? Dak's got a ton too. Yeah, listen, the way how the Lions are going to win is by putting a hurt in offensively, right? And their offense has to prove to be better than the great defenses, like the Chiefs, like the Vikings, right? That's what you're banking on. You're banking on not shutting down a team offensively if you're the Lions defense, right? Like, obviously, you want to play good defense. That goes without saying. But the way they're going to win, obviously, they're not going to put up 40-plus points in all these games, but they got to put up points, right? They're not going to. Their bread and butter is not winning, is not beating the Chiefs or the Vikings 20-17, right? That's not who they are. They're there to just be physical bullies. Six. And that's just interceptions, right? No, not fumbles, I assume. That's got to be top in the NFL. And Anthony Richardson he's missed 2 games. 2.5 games. That's crazy. Jared Goff's flea flicker. To the Porta. 47-9. They could have hung 60 on them. That Jordan Love pass was wild to Romeo Doubs, but that was not a good decision, though. That easily could have been intercepted. They're showing highlights from all these games. Oh, Will Levis. And Will Levis didn't finish a game as well. Did Nick Wright talk about Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears? Did he say that was the greatest game a rookie has ever played? That Buccaneers Saints game was wild. What do you think of Drake May's rookie debut? (32-13) Steelers. Jalen Hurts 20-16. Eagles overruns. Joe Flacco. Look at that soft pass touchdown. 20-17. Flacco 22 for 38, 189 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Not the best box score. Not the best stat sheet. Considering what May is working with, you got to give him credit. Yeah, I think it was dumb to even put him in though. You're setting Drake May up to fail. At this point, the season's a wash. Let him just sit the entire season. Let him continue to learn and grow, mature. Joe's that dude. And again, you put Joe with Shane Steichen, he can do some damage. And it's and the Colts are just so injured. They're banged up. They got so many injuries. If they could get healthy, they could get into the playoffs. I got to look at the AFC because the AFC's got some duds. Like the Jags. Could you imagine paying Trevor Lawrence all that money? And this is what you're getting. I don't even think Trevor Lawrence is a bad quarterback. But you're getting Joe Flacco for like $1 million. You learn how to be a professional. You're learning from your coaches. You're learning the NFL. You're learning watching the other quarterbacks' preparation. It's not just learning from the starting quarterback. Why do you feel sorry for the Browns? Hey, man, that's on them. They probably wish they still had Baker Mayfield. I need different headphones. Actually, I can take these off. The game's not even on. My ears. I gotta get different headphones. Having these things in my ears hours and hours a day. It's starting to hurt. They did Baker dirty. I don't know. He did get a lot of money. They did draft him #1 overall. He needed to grow up and mature, which even he admitted. It's all part of the process of growing up. Yeah, but that Steelers game was wild. The Steelers almost came back and won that game. That was more about the Steelers playing awful than Baker Mayfield and the Browns. The Steelers had like back-to-back-to-back turnovers, like something crazy. What do I think about Shedeur Sanders? I want nothing to do with him. I'm being dead serious. It's not that I think he's trash or awful. I just want nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that family, Dion. That's just I don't want any of that energy, man. It's like having, what is his name? LeVar Ball? Not LeVar Ball? Is that LeVar? Is that the father's name? And Shedeur Sanders is just too cocky, too fiery. I just don't want that. Oh man, the spam. Can't get it fast enough. All right, I just gotta delete that. You can keep talking, but I just gotta delete that message. Only because of the word that was used. Thank you, doctor. I appreciate it. Some guy painting his nails. Are you talking about Caleb Williams? I'm a fan of the NFL. Watch my videos, and I'm a fan of a lot of teams. Who would you rather have, Baker Mayfield or Caleb Williams? I do not play fantasy. I would never be able to keep up. I played 1 year and I made it to the finals. Josh Allen drops back. Oh, avoids pressure. Scrambles. Wow. Wow. Connects to Samuel. Wow. 38 yards. Wow. Josh Allen never just gets to drop back and just throw the ball. It's just always got to be something else. I'm a fan of Roger Goodell. Exactly. What is the Lil Wayne song where he's like, I am none of me. I'm just a Martian. I'm just a Martian. I am not human. I am just a Martian. Is that how it goes? I'm a Lions fan. But like you, I enjoy all games. That's honestly, that's exactly right. That's how I am. I like all the teams for different reasons and their players. I'm always rooting for random teams and players. Honestly, the Lions really, I started to love the Lions ever since they were on, what do you call it? What is the show called? The 24/7 show, Hard Knocks. That's why I started to really like Cliff Kingsbury. I also love Jared Goff's story and all of that. I mean, listen, I didn't feel too bad for Jared Goff getting shipped out from LA because, like I say, these guys get paid so much money, and Jared Goff can't even be mad at Sean McVay because of Sean McVay, he got that initial $150 million contract or whatever it was. So it's like, that's part of the business. You're going to get paid hundreds of millions of dollars. And if we want to randomly ship you off to Detroit, ship you off to a random team, it doesn't matter, man. That's just the way it goes. Like, that's a fair trade. You could pay me hundreds of millions of dollars. And if you randomly are like, hey, man, we're moving you to Alaska, it's like, all right, I get it. That's what the money's for. Do people say that? That Josh can't do what Pat does? Yeah, I definitely started watching the Lions with like positive favor. When they started getting, when they started getting good. So, right, I never endured. I also love the Lions colors. They got some sick uniforms. They got some really, the uniforms that they wore, I think it was against Seattle, was really sharp. And also like those like their baby blue type. I know it's not officially baby blue, but it's like that unique blue. Um they got some fire uniforms because they just look cool. I'm looking at the Bills right now. Those are honestly lame uniforms. The Jets, those are lame uniforms. The Lions, man, they got some school. They got some really, yeah, Honolulu blue. That was a question on Jeopardy actually. It was like, what color is the for the, I think it was for the Lions. Or it was like, Honolulu blue is the blue for what NFL team or something. I agree, JCT. That seems to be the common narrative these days, right now. Everyone just keeps saying whoever wins the game, they just automatically are like, see, I told you this player was better, or this team was better. What happened here? Timeout, Buffalo. You couldn't get the play call in, but now they're burning a timeout. See, this is bad. Okay, you burn a timeout. The third quarter just started. It's 12 minutes, 11:55. It's 2nd and 15, and you burn a timeout. I mean, that's just bad football. That is just bad football. That's crazy. Imagine having so much money and power. You're like, I like this color because I like the Hawaiian Ocean. Yeah, this is to be the color of our uniforms. God, those people do not live real lives. Imagine having control over an NFL team. Did you see that video where Jerry Jones like landed on the field in his helicopter, and you can see like everyone looking at him, like Dak and all that. And I saw like there was like a tagline for it or whatever, and it was like Jerry Jones is the main character in his own movie. It's like he's living just a completely different world. Well, then, yeah, because since you're saying that talent doesn't always equate to winning, you could argue that then that Tom Brady kept winning and he wasn't that talented. I'm not saying that's true. I don't think I've actually seen what those look like for the Texans uniforms. Oh, yeah. Well, I think they bought. I think I saw this before. Like the Patriots were bought for like not even a $500 million. Well, the Commanders are a massive franchise because they have a massive fan base. 4 of the top 10 most popular and highest valued and most viewed teams with the largest fan bases are all the NFC East. Commanders, Cowboys, Giants, Eagles. I just don't know how the Cowboys got in the NFC East. You have the Giants, Commanders, and Eagles. That makes sense. And then you have the Cowboys. I feel like I read why before, but I don't remember. So I think Tom Brady got knocked more. Tom Brady winning with Tampa Bay is what really sealed the deal for so many people. Because I think if he never won, people would still say Bill Belichick, Bill Belichick. Whoa, Josh Allen just slings it. Oh my God! Oh, and he dropped it. First off, I don't even know if he should have thrown that ball. That was an all-out blitz, and he just slings it. I can't see to Coleman. Oh my God, he dropped it though. He should have caught it. He just threw a 50-yard contested throw. Oh my God, that was wild. It was good defense by Reed though. All right. They're at the 39, 34. I cannot do the math real quick. It's so funny. I'm like, all of a sudden, I don't know how to count. I'm like, is that the 33-yard line? No, 35? The 45? Wait, what comes after the 50? It goes backwards, right? You go 45, 50, 45. Like all of a sudden, you're like, wait, I don't know how to do things now. 4th and 10. It looks like they're considering going for it. No. They showed Joe Brady talking like it looked like they were going to go for it. They're kicking the field goal. It's crazy seeing my Lions on so many primetime games. Yeah. Who do they play on Thanksgiving? He missed it. Wow. And he missed an extra point too, right? I didn't get to see the early part of the game because I was recording. Because Reed didn't win enough Super Bowls before that. Who always plays on Thanksgiving? The Cowboys? The Lions? Are they the two teams that always play on Thanksgiving no matter what? I actually didn't grow up watching a lot of football on Thanksgiving because I was always away. It wasn't until recently that I actually now watch the games on Thursday. But it's always the Cowboys and the Lions. And the other teams who they play, that changes. Yeah, but Bill didn't coach for like a decade plus. I'm just saying. Didn't the Cowboys and the Lions play each other a few years? No. Who did the Lions beat when they like a couple of years ago where they turned the corner? Or was it the Packers? I forget. Never mind. I just forget. Offense is stalling for who? For the Bills? Well, because it's impossible to win without great quarterbacks consistently. Majority of Super Bowls are won by Hall of Fame quarterbacks and Hall of Fame coaches. So great quarterbacks need great coaches, and great coaches need great quarterbacks. If you're a great quarterback, you can only go so far with a bad coach. And if you're a great coach, you can only go so far with a bad quarterback. The Bills need a run game outside of Josh Allen. But they are actually doing pretty good. 120 yards. I take that back. There's just still no easy plays for Josh Allen, though. Look into the eyes of Aaron Rodgers. They just zoomed into his face like this was like a Disney movie. Now they're showing them like hug each other and smile. What is this? This turned into a kid's movie. Well, it's funny because the Chiefs fans want to tell you how dominant their team is, but then when they want to celebrate Patrick Mahomes, they want to act like everyone's bad. So it's like, so which is it? Are you a dominant franchise and team or not? Third and 8, Aaron Rodgers. At the 39. And a sack. My God, he's got a lot of sacks right now. And a flag. After the hit. Oh my God, they're going to get roughing the passer? There's no way. What? That's a bad call. He got right off him. Troy Aikman does not like the call at all. Troy Aikman is not happy. That is a bad call. No matter who you're rooting for, the Jets, the Bills, the Packers, it doesn't even matter. That's just and I'm all for protecting the quarterback, but I don't know what you do in that. I mean, I don't know. That's pretty wild. Hall gets about 5. Casey Tuhill on the stop. I don't understand how there's no explanation for that penalty. It doesn't make sense. Like I said, I'm all for some of those because I'm not on the other side when people are like, "What the heck? What is the defense supposed to do?" Because you are supposed to, because especially on the defense, like in the secondary and stuff like that, You should be able to be in control of your body like pretty much at all times. Outside of some of these bang bang plays where someone's going down and you hit head, like I get it. But that play when you're going for a sack like that, I just don't see it. This doesn't make sense. Where did that Chiefs fan tell you that? Was that on the channel? Was that in the comments section? Pitch to Hall. Oh, breakout run. He's got room. Takes it to the 3. Wow. Huge run. 42 yards at Buffalo 3. Wow, yeah, he really found the hole. Had one man to beat. Lazard had the block. He was untouched until like the 5. 92 rush yards, 45 reception yards. He has 137 total yards, and we're only 7 minutes into the third quarter. Play action. Oh my God. Oh. Almost an interception. It shot up. I don't know who that hit. Did that hit the Bills' back? Deflected. It hit off the shoulder pad, I think, of someone. No, it hit his arm. Yeah, Rap got it. Did he get that take from Nick Ray? Handoff? Nowhere. Third and goal. Just ran into a brick wall. You know what's really funny? All the videos I make, as soon as I make the video, man, I like forget everything. Because I just make so many of them that it's just on to the next one. You definitely need help. Can't do it with no one. You can win some games with no one, but you can't consistently win with no one. Flag? Aaron Rodgers is furious. He wanted a flag. Is not going to get it. Let's see here. Oh, he was held. Troy Aikman didn't really make a big fuss about it, so I'll trust his opinion over mine. I'll be honest. Seems like it was probably a good no call. I get angry when I get angry when it's time to defend people. I don't like bullies. Unwarranted hate, exactly. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah. Well, again, but think about it. Mahomes could be super reckless. But that's the benefit of Andy Reid. I mean, look how reckless Patrick Mahomes has just been this season alone. Oh my god, these commercials are rough. I won't. I was about to say what they were, but I'm not going to because it'll be some interesting comments. Do I enjoy high scoring games or defensive showdowns? So it really depends on how the high scoring games are unfolding. If the high scoring games are unfolding because of great offensive plays and great offensive moments, then I like that. But if it's just because it's like bad defense, right? People are wide open, missed tackles, you know, I don't really like that. But it is fun to watch a game like what the Lions did to the Cowboys. I don't want to see that every single game, but like that can be fun because then you're just like, oh my God. But again, the Lions, the way they scored, trick plays, it was exciting. If they were just running the ball and just pounding it down, like that would be less fun. But sometimes defensive battles can be fun, but also sometimes defensive battles can be a grind. Again, it's like if the offense is going nowhere, drop passes, overthrows, I think it all depends, honestly. You love when the Ravens and Steelers play each other? Any reason why? I don't think Allen would miss his window because of Mahomes. I think it would be more on the Bills than anything. And I don't think Andrew Luck missed his window. He got injured and retired. Final record prediction for the Bears. Man, I don't know. I could never put a number on it. I had the Bears making the playoffs or fighting for the wild card. Such a different time when you think about Flacco and Ben going toe to toe. I mean, the NFL could not be any more different right now. Right now, it's Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Big Ben, and Flacco. Play blown dead. False start, Buffalo Bills. Never, never, JCT, never. Nick is definitely overselling Caleb. Listen, I think Caleb has been playing great and is getting better and better and better. No mistake about it. I 100% believe that. Well, and that was also during, again, the defensive led era as well. All right, Bills hand the ball off. Davis. 6 yards. Davis to Davis. Yeah, it's just hard to judge Luck's career, honestly, because it was plagued with obviously the injuries and stuff like that. And, they had a terrible offensive line. They did terrible protecting him. They never really built a team around him. Ooh, finally, Josh Allen. Oh, he got flushed. He had time. Outside the pocket. Throw it to Kincaid for 4 yards. Ooh, is Kincaid okay? Slow to get up. Gain of 3, third down. 3rd and 6. I think Luck did the smart thing. He's living a great life now. He even stayed out of football. He isn't trying to do commentating, get on shows. Does he even have like a podcast or anything like that? He made his money. He put his body on the line. Now he's just living his life with his family. More power to him. And it upset him because he was crying and he was just like, I can't do this anymore. And as someone who's had a lot of injuries, who's gone through a lot of physical therapy, I get it. I spent like a whole year in physical therapy for 2 different injuries. Josh Allen, out of bounds. Oh my God, another pass interference to a ball going out of bounds. Oh, but there's 2 flags. Are they going to offset? Let's see this. Yeah. The ref was really jogging down the field. Oh, that Tom guy? Offense. Unnecessary roughness. Offsetting penalties. Spencer Brown. Let me see this now. Oh, they just got a fight. After the play? Huh? Oh, he could. That was a catchable ball. So that was a pass interference. Third and 6, 2 seconds. Play clock. He gets it off. Josh Allen, time, throws to no one. Josh Allen's looking around. 4th and 6. They will punt it. The calls here were right. Allen is not choking. What are you talking about? That's madness. The penalties every other play are rough. But I think scoring is technically down this season. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, both teams have had moments where they both look really sharp and then they not so much. So honestly, the score makes sense that it's 2020 right now. I think the Jets are a better team than people give them credit for. And the Bills, I can't make up my mind who the Bills are. Because they obviously won 3 big games in the beginning. The Ravens game just got out of control. And then a bizarre game, obviously, against the Texans. So well, not every pass is going to be perfect. You're going to have a couple not perfect throws. Also, he's been on the move. He's 14 for 18. He's got a 141 rating right now. And half his passes are out of the pocket, being pressured, hands in the face. He had a pass interference if his O-line didn't get a unsportsmanlike conduct or whatever the penalty was. Listen, none of these guys choke. If they just play bad or have a bad throw or even a bad game, it's not choking. It just means they didn't play good. Everyone always just says if you lose a game or lose the playoffs, they choke. Choking is when you can't handle the moment. Choking is when you're like, okay, hike. And you're just like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? The moment's getting to you. That's choking. When Steph Curry misses a game-winning 3, he didn't choke. He just missed a shot. Third downs are critical. Yeah, not having Hassan Reddick. Again, blame the Jets. That's on the Jets for not making that work. Ooh, screen pass. Wilson. 14-yard gain. 16 yards. To Wilson. Nice, easy little pass. Yeah, I wonder why he did, though, with McNabb. If that was just something else, or if that was nerves, I don't know. With all that talent and not a good head coach, and 17 different offensive coordinators. Whoa, beautiful toss. Wilson again. Aaron Rodgers. 23 yards. Yeah, Jets have some momentum right now. Yeah, so what is happening with Reddick right now? If he doesn't play this season at all, like where does he stand with that? Yeah, but Mahomes hasn't even played good. His own talent. But Mahomes has played bad in a lot of playoff games, in a lot of Super Bowls. His rating is in the 80s for Super Bowls. Buffalo Bills penalty, bring it, or it's going to be a 15-yard penalty most likely then. Yeah, low block. Was he about to say half the distance to the goal? No, 15-yard penalty. That's a tough. Did he say the 5th personal foul? Wait. The Bills are choking. No, I just think the Bills are just getting beat now a little bit. Well, I mean, it's not like the game's over. It's only the third quarter. But teams score against other teams. What do you want the Bills just to like win and stop everything from the Jets? Yeah, but his 1 year left on his deal, if he's sitting out, doesn't that 1 year then not be considered as played? Doesn't there technically now mean that he still has that year on his deal? Or is that only for like rookie contracts? Like what was happening with Brandon Ayuk? Honestly, I don't know. Well, that was the comment that the Eagles were going to maybe try to like switch and say, "Hey, we'll give you back your guy and we get our guy back." Apparently, he would go back to Philly. It's a shame for the Eagles that he didn't just want to stay there. Yeah, man, he choked against it in that Super Bowl. That's a great point. Mahomes choked in that Super Bowl against Tampa Bay. Didn't he have no touchdowns? Oh, fighting. 3rd and 2. Lazard. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers' body language, he's got to stop. 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 5 turnover worthy plays. That's pretty wild. That's a terrible game. In the Super Bowl? Yeah, Lions could go out and get Reddick, Crosby. I'm trying to think of who else would be available. Same thing with the Ravens. That's a touchdown. Easy touchdown, Allen. And a flag. It's coming back. Wow, you're at like... Wow. That's just a bad penalty. Unless he retires, the year counts. So then why did it not count for Ayuk? Is that just because of the rookie contract that he signed or when he signed? In the first round versus the second round? Now it's 3rd and 11. Yeah, but Crosby could say, "Hey, man, please let me go. I've done so much for this franchise. Please let me win." You know, sometimes they do that. Again, I don't know. I don't have strong feelings about it. Aaron Rodgers. Oh my God. Beautiful pass. Wilson looks injured. Let's see this again. Wilson got popped. I know. I'm gonna see though how. I didn't really see it. It was really hard. All right. Great route. Ooh. It's hard to say if he should have had it. He caught it and then just got popped. He got two. He got sandwiched. And then he just pops out. Oof, that was a beautiful pass, though. Crosby is not happening. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see here. My point I'm trying to make to Samuel is that Mahomes has won Super Bowls playing worse playoff games than Allen has. It's true. It's a team game, team sport. I tell you. It's crazy that Mahomes is still technically favored to win the MVP this season, which makes no sense. It should be Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, CJ Stroud, Jaden Daniels, Sam Darnold. They can set it up so you have to pay to see a comment. Do I need to do more play-by-plays though, where I tell you what's going on uh more regularly? Like I'm Joe Buck right now. "32-yard attempt. New York Jets." He missed it. Oh my God. He keeps. Oh, it's crazy wind right now, is what they're saying. Yeah, you can see the wind. The wind is not moving that much though. I mean, the field goal kicker for the Bills missed it at that same end for an extra point, but I don't know. That's I don't know. I need a field goal kicker expert to tell me if that was more of a bad kick or more of the wind. Yeah, Troy Aikman says it's a 32-yard field goal. You got to make it. I agree. Um, yeah, that was the whole idea of starting the channel in the first place, right? It's just trying to have a platform where we can just talk sports, talk about these shows. And that's why it's also like the whole thing about all this is never like I'm an expert. I know everything. You guys don't. It's like, no. Like, let's just talk about it. Let's just, like, unpack it. Let's look at everything from different sides and angles and, whatever. Yeah, it's a momentum killer. And it frustrates the fans. Oh. And now another flag. It would be 2nd and 7 Buffalo Bills, but there's a flag. Illegal formation. Offense. Wow. 5-yard penalty. It's crazy. The New York Jets are favored to win this game by 55% right now. They have a higher win probability right now. Yeah, I'm the same way, Josh. Yeah, the Cowboys are finished. I'm so sorry. It's okay. If it makes you feel any better, the Eagles and the Giants are probably struggling too, so now the problem is the future is pretty bright for the Commanders with Jaden Daniels, so that's going to be harder now. The Cowboys used to feast on the Commanders. Now, not as much. First and 20. Oh, not there. No screen. 2nd and 20. Just nothing for Josh Allen to go with the ball. Yeah, these penalties are brutal. You know what's funny? I never really interacted with a lot of Patriots fans when they were in their prime. Like, I was never really on social media like that at that time or, interacting in the comments. But I can imagine that. It was really funny because I also watch a lot of basketball. And, I'm a big Golden State Warriors fan. Shakir for 10 yards, now 3rd and 10. And, because I'm rooting obviously for the Warriors and all that, like, during all those years, I'm rooting against LeBron James and the Cavs and all that. And it was so funny because the Olympics came around and now I'm rooting for LeBron. And it was awesome because I'm like, all the things that I would yell at against him and be like, oh, that's all he does, or oh, that was lucky. I'm now like cheering, that's what LeBron does. He's a freight train, let's go. And I'm like cheering for him. And then all the fans, when I saw in the comment section, so many people were like, man, I get why all those Warriors fans have been so annoying over Curry for all those years. Like, as a LeBron fan, I rooted against him, and this is so awesome, and this was awesome to see. I can see why all those fans were so, so annoying and all that. If this is what you got to watch and root for years, like, I get it. And it was funny because I was like, man, I'm having the exact same feeling about LeBron now. It's like, which is really why I've tried to not hate any player, right? That's why it's always funny. If I make a video and I say, Patrick Mahomes, for instance, this is perfect. If I say Patrick Mahomes, has had a lot of gifts, Andy Reid, yada, 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 and then Patrick Mahomes has an amazing game, people will come at me and say, oh, yeah, was that Andy Reid? Was this, that? And they think, like, I hate Patrick Mahomes. And I'm like, no, that was awesome to watch. That was great. That was an awesome pass, an awesome whatever. Like, that was great. Or a lot of people think I hate Lamar Jackson. And so every time the Ravens win, they're like, yeah, what do you think about that? And I'm like, that was awesome. Someone was like, what do you think about that play that Lamar had when he scrambled and then threw for a touch? And I was like, that was one of the best plays I've ever seen. Like, I'm not a hater. I want to watch these great games and these great players. I feel like LeBron James will probably be the last player that I, like, really actively rooted against for. Man, that's the coaching for the Bills. That's who needs to be fired. Yeah, I could see a lot of people hating Brady and Belichick. And then the whole things with the cheating and stuff like that, that also then gave people more fuel to hate people. No one should be immune from criticism. Fans take that all so so personally, and it makes no sense to me. People are always like, oh, this quarterback is unfairly judged. This quarterback is unfairly judged. Mainly quarterbacks more than anything. And it's like, dude, when people are talking about that you're considered to be one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. Oh, there's a big fight now? Oh, no, the power went out. What? The lights went out at the game, and then the players all got in a fight. But nothing bad, just a lot of yelling. That was bizarre. Just the lights went out. I don't think the power went out, but the lights went out, but now there's a flag before the quarter even started. Are they going to maybe give 2 flags for both teams now and just say whatever? Wow, unsportsmanlike conduct during the change of quarters against Buffalo. Deion Dawkins. Wow, 11 yards enforced at Buffalo. Now it's 3rd and 21. Ten penalties for 84 yards for the Bills, 5 penalties for 56 yards for the Jets. 15 flags we've had to endure throughout this game, and we're just starting the 4th quarter. That's wild. Sold what? Yeah, the whole idea of Bub. Nick Wright also said that Patrick Mahomes, no matter how he plays in the a season, he always deserves to have a Pro Bowl, which makes no sense. He shouldn't have a Pro Bowl this season so far, when you think about it. Are they continuing to fight, or is that just a replay? That was just a replay. Oh, missed tackle on the punt. Ooh. Got like clotheslined at the 35. Yeah, listen, the way how I see this season right now with all these teams, I just think a lot of these, I think all the top teams are just really good. I don't think there's any truly elite teams. It's too hard to tell because, again, even some teams that I'm high on, like the Detroit Lions, are a perfect example of that, right? I don't think they played elite versus the Rams and versus the Cardinals and versus the Buccaneers. So it's like hard, but obviously they played unbelievable, especially against the Seahawks and against the Cowboys. You have the Chiefs who keep winning, but they're hardly, right? You didn't see the Chiefs do anything offensively like we saw what the Lions do. And then the Ravens, they lost some 2 bad games, and now they're playing better. So it's like, who are the Ravens? Like, it's just so hard, but it just feels like all these teams are just pretty good, have some issues. And to me, it'll really come down to, probably more than anything this year, than who minimizes mistakes in the playoffs. Who does not get that dumb 15-yard penalty in the changing of the quarters? Who does not get an unnecessary roughness penalty? Like, you can always make those statements about these games, but, like, it was perfect against the Ravens, right? The margin of error was too small, and the Ravens had multiple 15-yard unnecessary roughness penalties, a boneheaded move to reach out to the end zone and get the fumble, and you lose the game. The margin of error is just too tiny. And I think that'll continue this season. Think Allen can get 10 rushing yards before it finishes? Oh, does he not even have 10 rushing yards right now? Who do you think is the most over and underrated QB right now? Ooh, another flag. Holding. Offense. 10-yard penalty. I got to think about that. Who is the most over and underrated quarterback right now? Who is the most under and overrated quarterback? I guess it depends on which conversations we're talking about. Are we talking about via the media? Are we talking about fans, general consensus? So the Chiefs are in a different stratosphere in terms of coaching, I think. See, that's what I'm saying. You overrated. I don't think anyone right now is saying Trevor Lawrence is this great top quarterback right now. Oh, he just dropped the ball. Oh my God, they can't catch the ball. Mike Williams. He just dropped this ball. It hit him right between the legs. I think overrated is I want to say the one name that will make many people angry. Because they'll automatically assume it means that I'm saying they're not great. I don't think Lamar is underrated. I think he's properly rated. Josh Allen is not overrated. Kirk Cousins is underrated. I think that's fair. Sam Darnold is underrated. Hey, I've been singing Sam Darnold's praises. Before the season even started, I said the Minnesota Vikings can make some serious noise with Sam Darnold. That's been one of my best takes ever. Dak is definitely overrated. Dak was definitely one of the names. But different overrated in terms of some of the other quarterbacks that I'm thinking as well. Oh, beautiful throw. I don't know how he caught that to Lazard by Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers gets drilled. He's shaken up. He's limping a little bit, but he seems okay. 25-yard completion. I still don't even understand how he caught that. A back shoulder, right? Oh my God, that catch and that pass was unbelievable. I can't even explain it or describe it. I mean, that was unbelievable. Wow. I mean, that's special. Now the clock. Delay a game or timeout. How does Aaron Rodgers not know that? Aaron Rodgers threw his hands in the air. Aaron, that's on you, bud. Unless the play was late to get in. But how do you not know the time? I don't know. People consider Dak to be a top 5 quarterback. Yeah, to be clear, I don't think Trevor Lawrence is awful. I think Trevor Lawrence will have redemption. Ugh. Ugh. Short pass from Aaron goes nowhere. -1 yards to Ruckert. You can't have Dak gone. You just paid him more money than has ever been paid in the history of the NFL. They're going to attempt a field goal during that side where he just missed a terrible 32-yard field goal. It's going to get dicey, Jets fans. 3rd and 16. Quick pass. Way short of the first down. 43-yard field goal, and he already missed a 32-yarder. Say your prayers. Cross your fingers. I think that deal has been structured in a way that won't, crush Dallas. That's what Travis O'Shea, who's locked into Dallas, said. 43-yarder. Oh my God, it went off. And he missed it. Went off the upright. Oh my God. He's got the yips now. Oh. It really clunked off the upright. Did it not go in? Oh. You guys didn't say your prayers and cross your fingers. See, now the Jets are choking. Everyone's just choking. Honestly, I don't know much about the kicker, honestly. Is it really that bad of a swirly win? I don't know. Is Josh Allen still in? Why wouldn't he be in? Well, now the Bills have a 55% win percentage. When last drive, it was the Jets were 55. Yeah, the quarterback contracts are getting kind of crazy. Do you want them to fire Doug Peterson? I'm curious. You're a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, obviously, right? How does it feel, and I mean this sincerely, this is an honest question. How does it feel that none of all of these shows you get talked about, like, pretty much never? Like, is that frustrating? Is that annoying? You flip on the Herd, First Things First Take, any of these shows, and there's just, like, no content. The Jags can have a big win versus, I don't know, the Colts, and it's not even really going to be talked about. Is that frustrating? Is that obnoxious, annoying, or are you just like, just is what it is? I got local coverage. Josh Allen has beaten Mahomes. Which drive are you talking about? That final drive? Four missed kicks this game. Has the Jets missed 3 of them? This is what it'll come down to. Which kicker can make it feel... No, he's 2 for 4. So then... And he missed a field goal and missed 1 extra point. So maybe it really is that side of the field then. If both kickers are missing that much, maybe it really is that side of the field. Maybe they are having some sort of swirly win. Yeah, the one kicker missed 2 field goals. The Jets kicker missed 2 field goals. And the Bills kicker missed 1 field goal and 1 extra point. I missed the missed extra point because I was recording First Things First. Yeah, but that's not his fault that they didn't run the ball. That's not Josh Allen's fault. I think those fans don't really know ball very well. who constantly cut down everyone but Patrick Mahomes. I think they probably weren't big fans until Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, I think it's got to be a bummer when you have a team that's just is like never talked about. I mean, think about this. The Dallas Cowboys got rocked by the Detroit Lions. And the opening, Kincaid for a big pickup for 15 yards, first down. Right, the Lions played the Cowboys, obviously, right? And they rocked the Cowboys. Rocked them. And yet most shows all opened with the Cowboys losing rather than the Lions winning. I mean, that's crazy. Colin opened up the show with the Cowboys losing, and then transitioned into Caleb Williams' game. I don't even think he had an individual segment on the Lions. Well, yeah. Now Tyreek doesn't have doesn't have a quarterback. Think it'll go into overtime? I don't know. It seems like if the Bills can just get to field goal range on the other side of the field, their kicker should be able to make it. I would be all for overtime. Bills Jets rematch. Last year overtime. All right, 1st and 10. I mean, the Bills are rolling here. The Bills got some momentum. At the 18, Josh Allen behind center. Inside the red zone. And a handoff. Oh, and a tackle for a loss. Loss of 1 or 2. Loss for 1. Man, it's near the end of the game and we got the most viewers. I thought you meant the Raiders for a second. Second and 11. Josh Allen shotgun. Drops back. Nowhere to go. Flush out of the pocket. Throws it away. A flag! Late hit. At least I think it's going to be a late hit. Can't. Oh, no, because it might be, grounding. Oh, it is. Roughing the passer. Joe Buck confused me. Automatic first down. That's a rough one. Probably earned. No, he's surprised. The rule expert is surprised. First and goal inside the 10. 2nd and 8. Gain of 2. It's getting tight. Davis had to really fight for those 2 yards. Great cutback. Second and goal. Josh Allen. Oh! I don't know if that's going to be if that's considered a sack. Is it a loss? Might be no gain. Yeah, man. What are you giving him? 3 stars or 2 stars? 3rd and goal. 0 yard. Oh, so it does go down as a sack. For 0 yards. Dak has choked in the playoffs and also just has lost in the playoffs. Oh, off the fingertips. Hollins. 4th and goal now. Field goal attempt. That was a good throw. Gotta see a replay. Let's see this. Oh, it hit him in the hands. Beautiful throw. It would be a tough catch, but weird route. 25-yard attempt. False start. They're going to push him back. They're going to push him back. Now it's going to be a 30-yard. Yeah, Dak Prescott last year was definitely really, really, really bad in the playoffs against the Packers. Make no mistake about it. Ooh, it might be a defensive penalty. But I don't think that would lead to an automatic first down, though. I think it would be half the distance to the goal. Replay, 4th down. Wouldn't it? Well, I don't know. Torrance would say saying it would be a first down. But they never know. Is Mahomes an overrated Super Bowl performer? Hold on. Neutral zone infraction. Defense. Half the distance to the goal remains 4th down. Just what I thought. I think Mahomes steps up and plays when he needs to, but he has not played great Super Bowl start to finish. But he obviously does enough to get the job done. Yeah, he makes the right plays at the right time, but he's also thrown 5 interceptions in 4 Super Bowls and has a passer rating in the 80s. So, field goal is up. Ooh. That looked weird, but it went through. 23-20, 3 minutes and 43 seconds left. This is why they went out and got Aaron Rodgers. 3 minutes and 43 seconds left and a win probability of 70%. There's a flag. Another flag. What is going on? That was a great game. Packers versus the Cowboys playoff game. Looks like a penalty on the Jets. Both teams are approaching 100 yards in penalties. Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Jets. Improper conversation with an official. And it's a 15-yard penalty on the kickoff. So what did he say to the ref against Kinlaw? He said something to the ref. And the Bills are celebrating. I think they were trying to say it was a first down now, but it's not. How good would Patrick be without Andy Reid? I think he would look like a lot like Josh Allen. Yeah, no, I'm not denying Patrick Mahomes' greatness. He is definitely great. Yeah, these penalties are brutal, man. This game's been a little rough. If I was watching this alone, I would be like, "Oh my god, man, what are we doing?" We've had some rough Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night games. The Bengals versus the Giants. The heck was that? And then the Cowboys versus the Giants. What was that? Was that a Thursday night game? That game was brutal. And then the Steelers versus the Cowboys. That game was brutal. All right, now there's an 83% win chance for the the Bills. So, what do you think? Do you think the Bills can they're going to be able to tie it up? Do they go for it? You mean like they don't kick the field goal? I don't know. I think it depends. If the wind is genuinely bad, and that's why all these kickers are missing, then I would say maybe they go for it. But if it's really just more a mental thing, then I think you still have to kind of trust your field goal kicker to get the job done. Wow, he's got 286 yards, Aaron Rodgers, so he might get his first 300-yard game since 2021. I think Nick Wright said he wouldn't have one. All right, starts at the 30. Aaron Rodgers. I love that game. That game was fun to watch because it was just kind of hilarious and so extreme. Jets touchdown calling it. All right. Certainly make everything really interesting. All right. Jets are 5-20 in division games, worst in the NFL since 2020. I want to see, at the very least, I don't care who wins this game, I want to see a 300-yard game. They'll talk about it on First Things First. Oh, God. Did he fumble it? They called it a fumble, and the Bills have it. Wow. Well, hold on. Let's see. Aaron Rodgers looked like he went like that, though. That's a throw. Oh, it's a fumble, though. So it looks like he was trying to, like, pump fake it. Hold on. So if you do it and the ball goes backwards, then it doesn't end up being a forward pass. Therefore, it would have been more of a fumble. But since his arm had contact with it, because there was the contact with it, it makes sense. That makes sense. The Bills are upset now. He wasn't throwing it, but his arm's going forward, but he wasn't throwing it. And then now he lost it. But the fact that his arm was going forward at all and it was contacted by the defense That's what then makes it not a fumble. So, by the letter of the law, it was not a fumble. But I agree, it most likely was a fumble. Right, it was technically a throw, but it probably was, in the spirit of it, he was not throwing that ball. It can't be challenged because it was already a Booth reversal. Well, which is now, that actually saves the Bills because they would have lost a challenge. Yeah, I don't know. He was definitely trying to not do whatever he did. But again, by the letter of the law, it does seem what it is, though. All right, back 2nd and 10. Aaron Rodgers at the 30. New York Jets. Now they have a 72.9% chance to win or to lose. Drops back. Got the protection. Conklin. For 6 yards. 3rd and 4. 3 interceptions versus the 49ers. That would be pretty wild. JCT is talking about the tuck rule now. The tuck rule. Now they're talking about the tuck rule. Oh my god. Not a good throw, but a penalty. Either late hit or pass interference. Pass interference. Wow. Wow. Both teams have had 10 penalties. 20 penalties we've seen. It was not catchable. $11 penalties for 94 yards for the Bills. 10 for the Jets for 100. A flag. Another flag. Now there's 2 penalties. 2 flags. Oh my god. It's a mix. Some of the penalties feel legit. Holding offense. Holding defense. Those penalties offset. Do offsetting penalties still count to the final say when they say these penalties? Like, do the Bills have 12 penalties now and the Jets have 11 penalties? Thank you for censoring yourself. Yeah, we're not even at the 2-minute warning yet. It's getting dicey. I'll touch Troy Aikman. Ooh. A little toss. Oh! Wow. Man, that was a tackle. Douglas just, wow. But in terms of, are these bad penalties, Troy Aikman just said these are penalties. You know, so he's like, you know, he just defended the refs. Oh my god, a little toss. Oh my god, another flag. Right, it was a first down to Hall, but I don't know if it's coming back. It looks like it's coming back. And Joe Buck just literally said it. It looks like this is coming back. This is outrageous. Tonight, 22 accepted penalties, tied for the most in a game this season. Aaron Rodgers has 294 yards. Please just get at least 6 yards so everybody could talk about it. Does this say penalties? No. Where's the penalties? Team stats? $204 penalty yards. Most penalty yards in a game this season. 2nd and 16 now. I want to see at least a field goal attempt. Aaron Rodgers, oh, in the middle of the field, and he dropped it. Wow. These are contested throws. I really want to see a field goal attempt. That's honestly what I want to see more than anything. Perfect read by Aaron. Beautiful pass. He had it. He just got drilled. It was the perfect timing. As soon as it hit his hands, he just gets drilled. That was quite the hit. Oh my God, he's 6 yards away from a 300-yard game. He's going for it. He's got him. And it was intercepted because he fell down. Oh my God. It was short though. But he could have had it. But there's still a 2-minute warning. The Jets have 3 timeouts. Oh, that replay is not good enough. Hold on. And now they're cutting to commercial. Okay, hold on. Let's see this replay again. So he throws it. He's going for it. No, he had it. He just slipped. He absolutely slipped. It was a little short, but it was going to be the catch for him to make 100%, and then he just slipped. I don't know if we could say dime throw unless that was intended for it to be for him to come back to the ball like that. I honestly can't tell off of the play, but it was for him to make though, without a doubt. He had that and then he slipped. Oh, but you could make the argument that he slipped because it was slightly underthrown. I don't know. I'm curious to see what Troy Aikman would have to say about that. Oh my God. So now he's not going to get his 300-yard game. He had it. He just needed 6 yards. Yeah, for the way how Troy Aikman was acting before, I thought there was, or Joe Buck, I thought there was going to be a flag. Wow. 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 Yeah, I wanted to watch the replay a couple more times, but I didn't want to be behind. Like I said, I'd have to watch it to see. They cut the commercial so quick, and so then I only was able to watch the main replay once. I didn't want to keep spending too much time to try to figure out. I'm not sure what the route was. Yeah, man, I gotta defend Purdy. The Jets do have 3 timeouts. Minute 52. They're not even really looking at the replay. They didn't even talk about it. Will the Bills choke? Everyone's just choking. Josh Allen hands the ball off. Big 4-yard gain. 5 yards. Oh, here we go. No. It was a great play, great defensive play, and I don't think that was the route. And we just go back to commercial. Jets are about to be 2-4. We get to see a Steve Carell and commercial. It was a little underthrown, but it would have worked if he didn't fall. But the slip was because he was having to cut back. John Middlecoff went on a whole rant against Colin Cowherd about Brock Purdy because Colin said that he would pick Bo Nix over Brock Purdy. And John was pretty much like, he goes, I'll be honest. He goes, that's just an awful take. He goes, I'll be honest with you. That's just like an awful take. Crazy. I think you're a Patrick Mahomes realist. Man, this game, as we see a Patrick Mahomes commercial for T-Mobile. And Snoop Dogg. That's what you need to sell you phones and T-Mobile service. All right, 2nd and 5. Two timeouts. They got to have it here. I don't think they can't give up a first down. Another handoff to nowhere. Zero. They're giving him like a half a yard gain. 3rd down. Oh, I just want to see an attempt at a field goal for the Jets. That's honestly what I want to see. And I wanted to see Aaron Rodgers go for 300. Because now they're going to talk about on First Things First if he only gets to 296. All right, 3rd and 4, baby. You got to have it here. Williams is out of the game. Ooh, Josh Allen's changing the play. 3, 2, calls hike. Oh, it's a fake! Josh Allen! Oh, he just books it for the first down to win the game. That's the game. Wow. And they're not calling the timeout. And that's the game. Wow. Josh Allen did not choke. Bills fans cheering. So this is the way the game ended. Josh Allen, 19 for 25, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, 127.9 rating. They ran the ball well, 152 yards, 24 non-Josh Allen carries. And the Jets, 23 for 35, 294, 2 touchdowns, and an interception, 99 rating. They missed field goals. That is a tough one. Next Monday night is the Ravens versus the Buccaneers. That's going to be a fun game. Because the Ravens are going to roll the Bucs. And then we have a Chargers versus the Buccaneers. Oh, wait, those games both on at the same time? We got a doubleheader on Monday, next Monday. Well, Mahomes is having a defense to lean on right now more than anything. Yeah, well, if I have to pick a game to watch, I'm going to pick that game. I don't know if I'll be able to stream that game. I'm babysitting a dog who's very needy. I think I'll still have him on Monday. That's why I can't do it on Thursday, because I'll have him on Wednesday. From Wednesday to Tuesday, I believe. And he's just so he's like literally like a toddler. A little French bulldog. Am I doing this for the Broncos Saints? Scratch that. That was an interesting game, I'll be honest. No, so I can do Thursdays. I just can't do this Thursday because of the dog. But this was a good trial run to do this. I enjoyed this. And I didn't let anyone know I was doing it. So I just went live randomly. So I think if I let people know ahead of time that I'm going to do this, maybe in a video or a community post, maybe more people would watch. The problem is I don't know how consistent and regularly I can do it. So that's why I haven't really talked it up. Plus, I just wanted to see how this would look, because it was the first time I ever live streamed a game like this. So I didn't want to tell everyone, especially because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do the whole game. I just really honestly wasn't sure, especially because the whole thing with first things first, you know, how they didn't do it. So I recorded video. I have a couple videos that I actually want to record now. I wish I could record those videos live. That would be fun, but I can't. Do I have more confidence in the Jets now? I don't lack the confidence in the Jets. I mean, it all depends on confident about what? Confident that they can win the Super Bowl, or confident that they can win the playoffs? Put it this way, I didn't lose any confidence. My confidence is probably about the same for them. Yeah, those missed kicks were rough. That's going to hurt you. In a 23-20 game, missing multiple field goals. So in terms of playoffs, I'd have to look and see what the wild card is looking for all these other teams. Let me see if I can do that right now. Hold on. NFL standings. Let's see where we at here. Man, the Bills are hyped right now. Celebrating with the fans. Let's see here. The Broncos need to run the ball. If they can't run the ball, you're just leaving Bo Nix on an island. All right, right, because you got the Broncos and the Chargers in line for the wild card. And then you got the Jets. The Jets are 2-4, 4-2. The Bills look like they'll win this division. The Dolphins, they're not going to be able to keep it together enough until Tua gets there. Then it's the AFC North. You probably have to look out more than anything. Are the Steelers going to steal a playoff spot, the wild card? They're not going to win the division. I would be shocked if they win the division. The Bengals can still come back. You know, I mean, like, it's going to be tough. The wild card is going to be tough because it's going to be the Jets, the Chargers, the Broncos, the Steelers, the Bengals, and the Colts. The Colts are winning with Flacco. The Titans and the Jaguars, no chance. Browns, no chance. The Raiders, are they going to keep playing this game, going back and forth with Minshew or Aiden? I mean, that's a losing battle to keep flip-flopping. So, you know, it's going to be interesting. And then we got the NFC. I think the NFC East is still up for grabs, mainly between the Commanders and the Eagles. But the Commanders definitely have that momentum for sure. I think the Seahawks will continue kind of to lose. The Rams are already done. The Cardinals are struggling, but they could get hot with Kyler, but it just feels like that they might be too far. Mainly because this NFC North is 5-4, 4-1, 4-2, and 4-2. I mean, this whole NFC North is just going to make the playoffs, man. And if that happens, then no wild card. If that happens, then no other wild cards from any other division. If that's what happens, right? Because it's 7 teams. It's 4 division winners and 3 wild cards, right? Yeah, Josh Allen played a great, clean game. And iced the game with that run. I mean, if they can't make Justin Fields uncomfortable, then I don't know what to tell you. But the Giants are done. So this is crazy. This season is going to be wild although I guess the NFC North will start to get a little bit muddier when these guys are playing each other more. When the Vikings, Lions, Bears, and Packers all play each other. Because right now, I think only the Vikings played the Packers, right? That's the only divisional game so far. But the win streak for the NFC North, 5-game win streak, 3-game win streak, 3-game win streak, 2-game win streak. Yeah, I think some pretty decent teams will end up missing the playoffs. I think it'll be you either win the division or you're out. My early playoff teams, if I had to absolutely guess, I would have to write it down to make sure that I'm not adding teams. But I think the 49ers, I'll go by division first. I think the 49ers win the division. The Vikings and the Lions and the Packers, I think, are all fighting for the division. I don't think the Bears will be able to win the division. So it's so hard. It's so hard for me to imagine that the Vikings and the Lions and the Packers don't all make the playoffs. I mean, it would. I would just find that so surprising. It's a toss-up between the Falcons and the Buccaneers. I lean on the Falcons, but the Buccaneers absolutely have some fight in them. No question about it. It's a matter of, can Kirk Cousins continue to play, and can they continue to put that team in a good position to win games? Because all their wins have been really tight and close. It's like, can they maintain that? I honestly, I don't know. And then it's like the Commanders and the Eagles. Can the Eagles right this ship? Because they have the talent. They don't have the coach, but they have the talent. You saw how Jalen Hurts immediately looked better when he had AJ and Devontae. He made some beautiful throws. But the game plan is still just a mess, and that's because of Sirianni. So will the Commanders, who have more stability there with the Eagles and with the Commanders and Jaden Daniels, definitely a possibility. The Bills look like they're going to win this division. The Chiefs, it's interesting. The Chargers, I think the Chiefs will probably end up winning this division because I just don't know if the Chargers have enough firepower, though. And some of the games that the Chiefs could have lost, they ended up winning. So that might really help them big time in the end. I don't think I think really the only way the Chiefs lose a division is if the Chargers can really get some good momentum. And then again, now you have the wild card. And I think the Broncos and the Chargers can both be fighting for the wild card. Because I could easily see the Steelers run out of gas. I think the Ravens end up winning this division. I think the Bengals will still be fighting it. And then the Colts are such a question mark because you just don't know with Joe Flacco. And if they get healthy. So I think absolutely the Broncos, the Jets, the Chargers, the Bengals, and the Colts are all fighting for those 3 playoff spots. Good night, Samuel. Happy you stopped by. Appreciate it. AFC division: Chiefs, Ravens, Houston, Bills. Yeah, I mean, I could see that definitely. And then it's Minnesota, Eagles, Washington, San Francisco. Wait. Division? Do you have Minnesota and Packers winning the division? I think you messed that up. You double dipped the one division. Hey, man, you got to believe. I'm curious what the Broncos can do versus, say, like the Chiefs. But yeah, the Broncos got to get the easy wins when they can. I don't know if Nick is going to say that because I think he's going to use this to dunk on Aaron Rodgers more than anything, and the what's it called? And the Jets. You think the Saints are going to win the division? The Saints could have. Then they got injured. Yeah, I don't think Rodgers played bad. But they're going to say he looked old and slow. You think the Bucks take it? We got a lot of different opinions here. I want to see. Hold on. Did these other videos get posted? I'll probably have to log off. I don't know if I'm going to make these videos right now because I'm going to be so tired. I got to eat. I still got to eat. Let's see here. How many other videos were posted? And I'll probably just record them and post them in the morning. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. I can see the title of the First Things First video. Caleb Williams throws 4 TDs and Bears win versus Jaguars. Is he officially that guy? Oh, and is Nick Sirianni yelling at fans a big deal? There's some good stuff to record here. I got to get to it. Maybe I'll eat first and then record. I don't know. You think the Saints will be able to come back? That's interesting. I don't know. I think it's a shame that Derek Carr got injured because I think the Saints absolutely could. But obviously Derek Carr getting hurt really kind of now, losing the divisional game. Well, in fairness, they've made a similar penalty against Josh Allen. God, Bucks fans hate me. Because I said before the season started that they're not going to make the playoffs. And they got real mad. They actually talked about me in a Bucks podcast, which I thought was pretty funny. You betcha. You think Rodgers cost them the game? I don't know if Aaron cost them the game, but he didn't help them win the game. The Broncos need a run game. Wasn't Bo Nix their leading rusher last game? Thank you, Truth Bearer. You're speaking the truth. Not infringing on anything. But hey. See you, bye. What was I right about with Jaden Daniels? Man, this was a doozy. I'm so hungry. Mondays are crazy. When I record, since everything is so crazy, I don't eat or even drink water. From the moment I wake up, I'm recording for like 8 hours. I gotta try to eat and have water by me because I just quickly want to record and quickly get everything out in time. Yeah, he definitely is legit. He really played great. He was really impressive versus the Ravens. It was weird. A lot of Ravens fans, a lot of Lamar Jackson fans were using that game as proof that Jaden Daniels isn't that good. And it's like, dude, he played great as a rookie. And that's why I did the clip where it was Dan Orlovsky, Rex Ryan, and I think Marcus Spears, I think it was, and they were like, after that game, I like Jaden Daniels even more now. Like they're even more impressed with Jaden. That's the right takeaway. Again, if you're a Cowboys fan, Giants fan, and an Eagles fan, you should definitely not be too happy about what's going on in Washington. The real hope about them is that losing Cliff Kingsbury to a head coaching job is your best bet. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I didn't see that. Was that at the end of the game? As soon as the game ended, my I didn't see it. I had to go on to the next game. Yeah, man, every game you lose is a game you choke. Cliff Kingsbury will get a head coaching job. I think the Browns need to move on from Watson. That's just a disaster. They'd be better off with Andy Dalton. Yeah, missing field goals are going to be rough. There's it's tough. Well, I think Williams ended up getting injured. My opinion on Sam Darnold, I think he's playing so well with the Minnesota Vikings that they're going to keep him. I don't know. The defense played not too bad. They held the Bills to only 23 points. Especially considering they got some pretty decent field position because of missed field goals. Yeah, Cliff got blamed for Kyler originally, but I don't think that take is aging I don't think that take is aging well. You know, I do a lot of Jaden Daniels content, and everyone is just continuing to rave about Cliff Kingsbury. So I think Cliff Kingsbury will not be with the with the Commanders for the long haul. You just want to release everyone. Yeah, I think the Broncos are on like a 2-year timeline in terms of being, getting better. As Bo Nix gets better, as they continue to draft and get pieces, I think they're on a 2-year timeline. Kind of similar to the Chargers, quite frankly. I don't know. Did the defense look better or worse without Robert Saleh? That is the question. And did the offense look better now that Nathaniel Hackett is no longer the play caller? Sam Darnold's no pumpkin. He's a jack-o'-lantern. He's ready to go. Yeah, but moving on from Russell Wilson was the right move. Nope. Sam Darnold, he's ready. He's ready for the moment. He's going to win the Super Bowl, and people are going to be like, wow. Imagine Patrick Mahomes lose in the Super Bowl to Sam Darnold. What will they say then? That would be wild. Yeah, but Foles balled out. Make no mistake about it. Foles has a lot of records. And Sam Darnold is young. What is he, 27 years old or something? Isn't he like the same age as Joe Burrow? It is crazy that Eli Manning beat Tom Brady twice. I don't know. Kevin O'Connell's got that team. Brian Flores has the defense going. Addison, TJ, Jefferson. Was Sam Darnold the same draft class as Lamar and Josh? That's wild. Honestly, I'm not good at keeping track of when everyone was drafted and how that all unfolds. That's wild, though. Right, that I remember because there was like they wanted Baker to maybe to go to New York instead of Cleveland, right? And it was going to be like Broadway Baker or something. Because I think a coach pretty much said something, and they were like, "Oh, are you trying to say that Baker's not as good to try to get him to like go to a better situation?" Because apparently they saw New York as a better situation as Cleveland. That's crazy. Can you imagine drafting Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold over Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen? He loved Johnny Manziel. But yeah, this rookie QB class is looking the best in a long time. I agree. And we haven't even seen God, what's his name? JJ McCarthy and Penix. Who looks a lot better now? I would have to get going in a few minutes so I can record this. Some people think that I think that Lamar can't throw the ball. People seem to be so confused about my takes on Lamar Jackson. And because of it, I have an entire fan base hate me. Well, Ravens fans are conflicted. The Ravens fans that have actually watched all my videos knows that I'm a supporter. But the newer Ravens fans think that I'm a hater. And I'm like, bro, go watch the videos where I've defended Lamar Jackson a million times. I had my one video that people were not happy about Lamar Jackson. Chiefs fans come after me most. I don't know. It's interesting. I have a couple very consistent haters from the Chiefs fans, but I don't think the masses. I get the masses more right now from the Cowboys, definitely, and Ravens right now. They are the top two fan bases that really are angry at me. And I'm like, I don't know what I did, man. The Cowboys, I get it because I've been saying that they're not a good team since like June. And I was right. It's not my fault for being right. But I make like a simple statement about Lamar Jackson and people lose their mind. And I'm like, dude, when Lamar Jackson lost in the playoffs with the Ravens, I defended Lamar Jackson. If I was a Lamar Jackson hater, that would be the moment for me to rail on him and say, he's just not good enough. He can't beat Patrick Mahomes. And in that moment, I defended him and said he deserves like minimal blame. And yet people want to like come at me and be like, you're a Lamar hater. I'm like, what? The Texans over the Ravens? I forget exactly now what like my official takes were. I'll be totally honest. There's a few that I definitely know that I was very much like, this is what's going to happen. I definitely had my reserves about the Ravens for sure, because I just wasn't sure about all the moves they made. I definitely blame Harbaugh. I've said move on from Harbaugh without a doubt. Because I think what they did against the Chiefs last season in the playoffs is indefensible. Well, and it's crazy that they think that I make excuses for Jalen when I literally, first off, I've never said Jalen Hurts is like a top 3 quarterback, number one. And number two, I literally said Jalen is on his last leg. It's just like the next step is moving on from Sirianni and then actually getting like a legitimate, competent offensive head coach. And if he does not perform next year, then it's like over for him. So it's like, I make excuses because he can't win when he's missing 2 offensive linemen and has no AJ Brown and Devontae. It's like, I don't know. I said the same things about Brock Purdy, about Matthew Stafford. Yeah, I still feel like the Cowboys can split with the Eagles in terms of those games, because I just don't think the Eagles have their act together. But they should lose both games against the Commanders. I think the Eagles still have the ability for such a wild punch because of having AJ, Devontae, Jalen, and Saquon, and Dallas Goedert if he's healthy. So like they still have that big punch potential, as we saw versus like say the Packers. It's just a matter of can they put it all together. Well, yeah, I mean, look what Patrick Mahomes has done this whole season. It has not been good. But again, this is what's always funny to me. Like, speaking of the Ravens, because I spoke highly about Jaden Daniels, obviously, and spoke highly about Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. And so when the Ravens won, I had plenty of people. That's the thing that everyone does now on Sundays. They go to like an older video and they go, this aged well. Oh, yeah. What do you think now? And I'm like, like, please show me in the video where I said the Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels are going to roll the Ravens, because I never said that. In fact, I said the Ravens should win this game. So it's like people will take like one sentence I said or something like that, and they'll be like, yeah, or they make up their mind about me or my thoughts towards them. I made a video today. Oh my god, my first Ravens video for the first things for the herd. And I was like, oh, like that was a great game. Lamar Jackson is a top MVP candidate. Great game, yada, yada, yada. And people are like, you sound like a sore loser. And I'm like, what? I don't understand. I literally praised Lamar Jackson. Like, I don't understand. And then I said the term pitch and catch. And I said, oh, it was so great. They got a lot of good momentum. Once they got the run game going, I was like, Lamar Jackson had some awesome, nice, easy throws. It was pitch and catch. And I forget, I pointed out some certain drive, and they took it as me saying that it was short, easy throws. And I'm like, that's not what pitch and catch. You can throw the ball 75 yards and still use the term pitch and catch. Like, pitch and catch does not mean you're throwing little short 2-yard passes. That's not what pitch and catch means. It just means like it's easy right now because of how your offense is humming, like, and everything looks effortless. Like it's a compliment on the offense. It's a compliment to Lamar and that offense. And they were like so mad at me, and they're like, "You're a clown," and like, crying, laughing emojis, and I'm like, "You're confused. I'm complimenting. Like, I don't like saying that your offense is pitch and catch right now is like as complimentary as it can get, man." Like it's crazy. I am not a fan of Shador Sanders, mainly because I don't like his personality more than anything. And I hate the baggage that comes along with it. I'm old school. I don't even know if it's old school. I'm just more conservative. I like a quarterback who is going to be a great face. I'm a, what's the word I'm looking for? Not intangibles, but kind of like what Colin always talks about with the hat forward type of person. He's just got Shador Sanders just feels too immature to me, honestly. I think he can have some success, but put it this way, he feels more Johnny Manziel than Patrick Mahomes. And I hate the baggage that comes with his father. It's just too much noise, honestly. Yeah, and that swagger just gets too much for me. You know who doesn't have swagger? Patrick Mahomes. Lamar Jackson doesn't even have swagger. Josh Allen doesn't have swagger. Josh Allen has a little swagger. You can see Josh Allen like when he got that first down, he was like chirping and yelling. So he's got a little bit more swagger. But Patrick Mahomes is a nerd. Lamar Jackson is a nerd. He's definitely more talented. That's what I'm saying. He's definitely more talented. And that's why I was afraid to use him as a reference. But it's that baggage, it's that noise, it's that immaturity that I personally don't love. It's not to say that you can't mature, but I really like. That's why I love a Brock Purdy, and that's why I always praise about Dak Prescott. I always praise that about Dak. I'm always like, Dak says all the right things. He's got the maturity. He's not chirping and stuff like that. He's not talking trash. Yeah, but then Cam Newton, when it was time for him to be mature, he was, you know what I mean? Like he then like kind of went sideways slightly. I watch some college football, but I am definitely not a big expert on it. I always fully admit that. Yeah, and I didn't like that Cam left that press conference. No, and that's what I'm saying. A guy being a super nerd and corny is like, I take that as a compliment. I always say this. This is the example that I always like to use, right? It's like, if you have a kid, right, or like a little niece, nephew, whatever, some sort of little kid, it's like, who do you trust with your kid, right? I trust Mahomes, take my kid, right? I know if I got to run out, babysit, boom, got it. Do I trust Shador Sanders? No, I do not. Do I trust, Josh Allen? Yes. Do I trust Dak Prescott? Absolutely. That's why I always laugh out Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy will take the kids to Disneyland and be great. Do I trust Nick Sirianni? No. Nick Sirianni's like, oh, they wanted a whole bag of candy. I thought it would be okay. It's like, what are you doing, man? Now they're going to be sick. Lamar Jackson, I feel like they would be having fun in the backyard. Lamar Jackson would be throwing balls to them all day. Vic did, but that was a different era. That was definitely more of like, we're playing grown up football, physical, hard hitting. Right? That was like the oh my god, who's the big Ravens defensive player? Why can't I think of his name? You know him, obviously. He's incredibly famous. Allen Iverson definitely had swag. What the heck is the guy's name? Oh my god, I see his face. Ray Lewis. And also Brian Dawkins, right? Like that was the era of just like if you didn't have swag, they were coming for you. You couldn't be a nerd. You couldn't be a Patrick Mahomes level personality and during that era. Jared Goff, I trust. Kirk Cousins. Was it Factor X or Weapon X? Speaking of Brian Dawkins, I think there was a famous dance that Brian Dawkins made fun of Ray Lewis when he came out of the tunnel. Is that why they have the Kermit the Frog puppet? Because they think he talks like Kermit the Frog? Yeah, listen, man. I'd rather have my quarterback be a huge nerd than have this over the top cockiness and swagger. Personally, well, who's going to be the Raiders' quarterback for that game? He definitely is going to want it, but I don't know if they have the team to crush. I don't know. It depends. I'll be honest, and it's just because I like new things. And this is not me hating the Chiefs in any stretch of the imagination. I just want to see different teams in the Super Bowl. I just want to see more new interesting stuff. I want to see a Lions Ravens Super Bowl, right? Packers Texans. Like I don't want to see the 49ers versus the Chiefs. Like that's just I mean, I don't know. Only if the 49ers could make it really exciting and it's a true revenge game then, right? Like that would make it kind of be exciting. And it's just because it's just the same old story. And I don't want to see a Super Bowl dominated by Taylor Swift and it's enough. Honestly, a 49ers Super Bowl would have the same problem because it would be all about Brock Purdy and his road from being Mr. Irrelevant to being back-to-back Super Bowl, and it's just like, yeah, I get it. Do I hate greatness? What do you mean? Does it sound like I hate greatness? That would be a rough Super Bowl for a lot of people if Deshaun Watson got there. I don't know what they would do, and there would be protests and stuff. Like that would be too political. But I'm trying to think, right? Like right now, I would love to see the Texans, the Ravens, the Packers, the Lions, the Vikings would be an awesome story. If the Ravens can't reach the Super Bowl this season, then then Harbaugh really needs to go. I get that it's a risk because Harbaugh, at the end of the day, what you get with someone like Harbaugh, which is the same thing that you get with a Mike McCarthy, is without a shadow of a doubt, they know how to run a team, right? They know because you have other teams. Look at the Eagles, for instance. They have a coach who can't run practices, who can't handle the press and the media, and that happens more often than you think. So you do get with Harbaugh and Mike McCarthy, for that matter, you do get true pros. They are absolutely professionals. They know how to build a staff and run practices, and they're going to be prepared for the most part, right? Like they absolutely do have that. So it does feel like a risk. Like people are really high on Ben Johnson. Nobody knows if Ben Johnson can run a team. Nobody. Like, would you rather Mahomes win 8 rings or underdog? So it's actually interesting. My dad said this to me years ago when the Patriots were going for their undefeated season. And I was just like, oh, I don't want the Patriots to win. Like, not for any real reason. I think I said to my dad, actually, I didn't say that. I said to my dad, I don't know who I'm rooting for in this Super Bowl. Because it was the Giants versus the Patriots, which, honestly, I'm pretty indifferent to both those teams for the most part. I was like, I don't know who I'm rooting for. And my dad was like, yeah, um, I'm rooting for the Patriots. And I was like, really? Why? And he's like, well, because I want to be able to see greatness, right? Getting to see something historic, like them going undefeated, would be pretty cool. So yeah, seeing someone like Mahomes win 8 rings would be pretty cool, because then you look right. It's like living during the Jordan era and being like, yeah, I watched Jordan win 6 rings. But I like, the way I see it though is I do like to see everyone kind of eat, because I see it more as a tragedy that other great players didn't end up winning. Hey man, Joe Flacco was balling. And again, that was during a more defensive era. I mean, think about it. They almost lost to the 49ers and oh my god. The quarterback, who's obviously very divisive. I can't think of his name. Colin Kaepernick. I couldn't think of his name. I always forget everyone's names. Are you kidding me? That's why so many times in videos I'm like, the tight end, the head coach, because I forget everyone's name. I'm telling you, it is so hard to recall everyone's name when you're making videos. Everyone made fun of Colin recently because he said Jaden Williams, I think, instead of obviously Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. And everybody was like, this clown doesn't know what he's talking about. What a clown. I'm like, yes, he does. He's been talking about Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. It happens all the time. I made a whole video where I was meant to say Malik Willis with the Packers, and I kept saying Will Levis. And in the middle of the video, I'm like, oh my God, have I been saying Will Levis or Malik Willis? The Ravens have 2 Super Bowls. Well, and that's my point, because Josh Allen deserves to win Super Bowls. Lamar Jackson deserves to win Super Bowls. And Patrick Mahomes has just been in the best situation out of all these quarterbacks. Having Andy Reid, having that defense, having that culture. And again, Patrick Mahomes contributes to that as well, without a doubt. I forget, do I call Jason Kelce Travis Kelce or Travis Kelce Jason Kelce? Yeah, saying people's names stress me out. And here's the other thing that happens when I say people's names. Like, I'll know without a doubt, right? Brees Hall, right? Brees Hall. I know his name is Brees Hall, without a shadow of a doubt. I'm making a video, and when I'm about to say Brees Hall, I'm like, is it Bryce Hall? Is it Brees Hole? Is it Brees Hall or Hole? Bryce Hall? Bryce Hall? I'm pretty sure it's Brees Hall. Just say running back, because you're going to mess it up and everyone's going to yell at you. So then I just say, the Jets running back. That's what I always do. So if you ever hear me say that, it's because in that moment, I'm like, I know the name, but I don't have the confidence saying it. Justin Jefferson. Yeah. Or what's another name? Williams. Caleb Williams. Is it Caleb Williams or Caleb William? No, it's Caleb Williams. You know it. Caleb Williamson? No, it's Caleb Williams. And it's just like, just say Caleb. Just say Caleb. It's Caleb. That happens all the time. And then the problem is when I know a name that I'm confident in, but then they say it wrong on screen. Like Colin did that one time, or I think he did that about Rome Odunze, and he said it Rome Odunze. And then in that moment, I'm like, is it a Dunze or a Dunze? Have I been saying it wrong this whole time? And then I'm like, okay, well, just don't say it because I'm not sure now. Oh, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Oh, man. You know what's pretty funny? I'm actually pretty good at pronouncing names when I can really, like, think about it and say it. Like, I can kind of get the Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, it kills me when people keep saying it so bad. Antetokounmpo. Like, it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. But, like, in real time, though, I mess up names all the time. And it's funny, especially if it's, like, a name that's obviously like that. People will be like, they take it as offense. And it's like, no, that's why I always love Marcellus Wiley. Because he'll be like, if you're one of those people that gets mad at me mispronouncing names, you're not going to like me. Get over it. And that's the way I am. But it is tough. Again, when you make these videos, if you mess up people's names, they just use it to just come after you. And it's like, I don't know, man. If I don't really know how to say your name, especially because it's hard, because it's like, you'll hear a name that you're confident how it sounds, but then a broadcaster says it a little differently. And then I'm like, well, the broadcaster has to know how to say it more correctly than I do. So I'm probably wrong and the broadcaster is right. Now I start to say it how the broadcaster is saying it. And then it turns out that the broadcaster was wrong. And now I'm saying it wrong. So yes, I do favor people to just be named Josh Allen. That's honestly, it's a great name. Josh Allen. Jalen Hurts. Jaden Daniels. Those are just great names. Lamar Jackson. Tua Tagovailoa. Tua Tagovailoa is obviously not an easy name, but yeah, I think every single one of Mahomes' interceptions are definitely his fault. Well, it's crazy. You have Joe Burrow balling out this season, right? I think he's leading the league in yards and touchdowns, and only has like 2 interceptions, and yet they have 2 wins. Joe Burrow is definitely a better decision maker than Josh Allen. That I agree with wholeheartedly. But that's because Josh Allen can do more than Joe Burrow in terms of physicality. Joe Burrow is probably a better passer than Josh Allen, but Josh Allen obviously is more mobile and I think can make more difficult plays. So it's, and that's why some people get so mad about Lamar Jackson, where it's like, there's other quarterbacks that are a better passer than Lamar Jackson. And then people assume that means that you're saying that Lamar Jackson can't throw. And it's like, no, like Matthew Stafford is a better passer than Lamar Jackson. But Matthew Stafford is more limited than Lamar Jackson. And Lamar Jackson can make tougher plays than Matthew Stafford. So it's to me, it's it's not always the easiest thing to put together for. I think at the end of the day, evaluating quarterback play is just really hard. Honestly. Especially because you can't just go by stats. You're looking at film. See, exactly. Lamar's not as consistent of a passer. Exactly. And you're a Ravens fan. That's exactly right. Like, you can say that. If I said that in a video, which I definitely have already, it's just, again, people just want to throw at you. First off, they want to say, which I'm not even going to say out loud, but then they want to come at me and say that I favor, quarterbacks that are like Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford, and not the Jalen Hurtses, the CJ Strouds, and that infuriates me because it doesn't even make me angry anymore. But it's just like, just get out of here. It's just like, you're done. I'm not even gonna, encourage that. See, man, it's like you're trying to get me in trouble with those statements. Why do I think Mahomes has been trash this year? One, because Mahomes, like anyone, needs good players around him. You can only do so much. And 2, Mahomes always has that in him. And Andy Reid has done the best job at reeling him in. Patrick Mahomes wasn't great last season either. The problem is Lamar has just missed some throws at very important moments. And that is something that like a Mahomes never does, right? In those really big, important moments, Mahomes has never really missed that where you're like, oh my God, if Mahomes just hit that guy, they win the game. And that's the problem. Well, thank you, Big. See, you understood what I was trying to say. I appreciate it. I have a couple people that have made some claims, and I'm like, have you seen my videos? Yeah, so it's hard. So there's just like other random podcasts that's like nothing sports related that I saw him say this, which I think was interesting. He said the larger your following gets, like the larger you get, he goes, you get more hate. It feels like you get more hate, and it's like and not as much like extra support. And that has definitely been my experience as well. It's like the more views I get, the more attention I get. I definitely have a lot of positive people, no doubt about it, which I'm obviously grateful for. But it definitely feels like the hate and the negative stuff is definitely louder. And it's tough because like I want to skip through that. But also when people make like certain accusations, which I think some of the accusations like I was just talking about that X Big was talking about that he referenced to, like to me that's like an irresponsible accusation because that has some real repercussions, right? So it's just like you're gonna throw that out, and it's just like again, like I'm not even insulted or hurt by it because I'm like obviously I know who I am and what I'm about. And so it's like when you make that type of accusation, it's like, well, that's just irresponsible now, right? And you're actually now trying to get me like either in trouble or hate or whatever. And it's like it's just like kind of crazy. Like I made one comment before, like on a video where I was like fumbling with my words, and someone tried to timestamp it and be like, "What'd he just say?" And I was like, "I'm obviously just got tongue tied in a word. Like now you're trying to get YouTube to get me in trouble right now. Like, are you serious?" The crazy thing is that you definitely have some haters that actually want to see you fit, like actually see bad things happen to you. Like they would be happy if everything just went away rather than just being like, hey, I'm just gonna combat you in the comments. I wish I was a new Caitlin Clark because what she get, that 20 million deal or whatever she got, 20 million Nike deal. I don't know, are they real MJ fans or are they old MJ fans? Were they actually there watching? Were they around in the 80s and the 90s? Well, I think when I talk about controversial quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson more than anything, um, that's when people get like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? They I was about to say projecting. You said it perfectly. They project also like what previous comments, right, like years ago or something. And it's like, I'm not talking about what happened years ago. Like I'm talking about today. Like I don't care about the wrong opinions of the past. Like I'm talking about right now, today. And also what someone said, this is what Zanyak said. I never know how to say his name, but he also pointed out that like a lot of people will watch a video and they don't know everything else that I've said in the past. So if I make a video and say, oh, you know what, Lamar Jackson had a real bad game, right? He did not look good. He really blew that. People will be like, you're just blaming Lamar. You're a hater. And it's like, well, wait a second. I literally posted 10 videos before. But people do that all the time. Jaden Daniels, for instance. I made some video. I made a video today, actually, where I just highlighted that actually Jalen Hurts had a better game statistically than Dak Prescott and Jaden Daniels, with the Commanders versus the Browns. And then I had a bunch of Jaden Daniels supporters come at me, and I'm like, bro, I got like, at this point now, I think I got like 20 videos praising Jaden Daniels. Like, what do you want? Like, what do you want from me? CJ Stroud, right? I literally said CJ Stroud was one of my MVP front runners before the season started. And I said I wanted to see the Texans play a better game, like a more complete game versus the Patriots. And people came at me for that. And it was just like, a lot of people really just want you to say nothing but positives. And it's just like, you have to just say 100%. This is the best quarterback. This is the best team, best running back, best wide receiver, best defense, best coach. And if you give any type of criticism, they just want to sink your teeth into it. I forget I said something else about Jaden Daniels, and someone was like, Jaden Daniels is going to prove you wrong. Because I think I said, hey, I think the Ravens will probably win this game. I was like, I don't know. I don't really want to make a prediction because I just want to be able to watch this game. But I was like, it feels like the Ravens should win this game. And then again, random people came at me and they were like, Jaden Daniels are going to prove you wrong. And I'm like, prove me wrong? Before the season even started, I said Jaden Daniels was going to ball out. You're not proving me wrong. So I think Ryan Clark was saying that Jaden Daniels was playing better than Lamar. See, like there's a difference between playing Lamar and playing better than Lamar and just better than Lamar. That is definitely that a lot of Lamar fans are sensitive. Well, and that's exactly right, Truth Bearer, right. Like, a lot of crazy stuff was said in the past, which I get. I do. But it's like one of those things where I also can't be held responsible for all the things that happened, 5 years ago. Or the things that were really bad 20, 30 years ago. It's like, I try to just focus on what's going on right now. If I was in this business for the last 50 years, then maybe. But it's just like, I can't, I'm not paying for the sins of the old fathers. It's like, that's not me, man. Who's the Baker fan? Oh, Zaniacs? Yeah. He's the Baker fan for sure. CJ Stroud or Jordan Love if I were starting a team. That's a hard one. I think CJ Stroud is more. My gut tells me this right now. CJ Stroud is more resilient to bad coaching than Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love can do really special, amazing things, but he needs a coach that will help him stay in control. Because Jordan Love can definitely get risky. And so he needs a great coach to be like, we got to keep you under control. Not unlike Patrick Mahomes and what we see with Josh Allen and stuff. I think CJ Stroud probably can, censor is not the right word, but, control himself better, for a loss of a better way to put it. But again, that's just my knee-jerk reaction. I think the maturity of CJ Stroud is incredibly impressive. That's what I'm saying about Jordan Love, right? Like, but what Jordan Love can do is also like, oh my God, did he just do that? That's the problem. I think Jordan Love with like an Andy Reid, Kevin O'Connell, Sean McVay, fire. You put Jordan Love with like a Mike Tomlin or a Nick Sirianni or Mike McCarthy, I think you're going to get someone all over the place. I think the divisions or the conferences are getting closer and closer now. Yeah, I've definitely been too hard on Baker. See, I think Jordan Love's better than Dak. Jordan Love has already proved to have a higher peak than Dak. Dak has proven to be more consistent than Jordan Love. I think my explanation of Dak is spot on now. Dak is consistently good. He is one of the most consistent quarterbacks, and he can have really great moments. I don't think he's ever tapped into the truly elite moment like a Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, but he has really bad moments as well, and that's what makes Dak difficult. But I think Jordan Love has already shown higher levels. It's a matter of can he be consistent, and we haven't had the chance to see that with Jordan Love yet. CJ Stroud is really consistent. CJ Stroud, if you watch even just a game against the Patriots, I mean, he's made some unbelievable passes. That's why you can't always just go by stats. So I think Mayfield is more similar to like a Kirk Cousins, Alex Smith, even a Dak Prescott but he's got so much more bravado as well. I mean, did you see some of the interceptions that Baker threw versus the Saints? I mean, they were pretty wild. You don't think Jordan Love is better? Oh wait. No way. Jordan Love isn't better. You don't think he's better than Dak? I think he is. Yeah, top 5 QBs based on how high their ceilings are. Right. I agree. Lamar, Allen, and Mahomes have definitely showed to reach the highest peaks, right? They've shown that their peaks are just through the roof. I think you probably could put Joe Burrow in there as well. So I think Bo Nix should be more like a Kirk Cousins with a higher ceiling. You know who doesn't get a lot of love? Brock Purdy. He has to be in the least for the highest peaks for the ceiling. I think he probably needs to have another season where he shows that peak. Listen, I was a Purdy doubter, especially year 1. And then throughout year 2, I was like banging the drum. He's not the MVP. He's not the MVP. But I am more and more impressed with Purdy. Everyone just takes for granted what Purdy can do and just assume that any old average quarterback can do it, and it's just not true. But this is what makes these talks so great, because they can just go on forever, right? Jordan Love could be on that list, but he hasn't played long enough. Dak Prescott has had some really great moments, but also some really bad moments. Lamar Jackson balls out, but has had some tough playoff losses, right? And it's like, what do you do with that? Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl, but hasn't done much since then. Patrick Mahomes keeps winning, but like also he's been given a lot of gifts. Like that's what always makes these things so complicated and just not easy. So you think Stroud, Love, and Jackson are the highest ceiling quarterbacks over, and you're not including Mahomes or Josh Allen into that category? Yeah, listen, I think at the end of the day, Brock Purdy has a great problem to have. It means he's on a great team with a great coach. If people don't want to give you credit for that, but you keep winning, it's like whatever, man. And listen, Josh Allen gets credit for helping carry the Bills, but then he also gets blamed for not winning. So it's just like, whatever. I'd rather not get credit and win than get credit sometimes when I lose, but then get blamed when we lose, right? Yeah, there's no way I'm leaving Allen out of that. I really am a firm believer. You put Josh Allen on the Chiefs and Andy Reid, people would be talking about Josh Allen as being the GOAT. Yeah, I wanted to make a video on that, but I couldn't. Someone was supposed to send me the clip, but I couldn't get it. I wanted to do a video on that. I know a lot of people are upset. He picked Bo Nix over him. I forget everyone else now. He picked Dak over Purdy. John Middlecoff said that he was like that was just a bad take. He was like, that was just awful. He's like, I completely disagree. He goes, I'll be honest. He goes, I just think that was awful. And then they both were just kind of hysterically laughing about it. Yeah, but Purdy has proven himself. Yeah, Steph absolutely didn't get credit. He got credit because he still got praise and got the MVPs, but yeah, he didn't get 100% of it. He definitely lacked some credit for sure. I'm taking Purdy over Dak. Purdy throws a better ball. And Purdy is ridiculously consistent. And that's Dak's superpower. Dak's superpower is his consistency. And Purdy can do it. So I think you get extra with Purdy. Yeah, I think Bo Nix and Purdy could have similar talents in a lot of ways. Like, I don't think Bo Nix is ever going to reach the category where he's like, where we're saying, oh, it's Lamar, Mahomes, and Bo Nix. But as we see with these other teams, Jared Goff balling out. So I do think some of those quarterbacks are going to be a little bit more, you know, what's the word? Reliant on the people around them. That's what makes a quarterback like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, for that matter, so extra special because of their physicality. They really can make something out of nothing, right? It's like if you were like, listen, put it this way. If you were like, you need to pick a quarterback, but I can't tell you who's going to be on your team at all, right? You were probably going to pick Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen over anyone else because that would probably make you the most resilient team. But if you were like, hey, I'm going to be able to have an amazing run game and I'm going to be able to have an awesome O-line and this, that, you're like, okay, Joe Burrow, Matthew Stafford, right? Like you would be able to pick those quarterbacks because you're like, oh yeah, when we got everything situated, those quarterbacks are going to throw such pinpoint accuracy and command, the line of scrimmage that it's going to be deadly, right? Like their pre-snap reads, all of that, their anticipation, right? But it's like, if you were like, nah, I don't know, man, we're going to have like a weird running back situation. We're going to have one wide receiver who's really good, but like, I don't know. It's going to be a who's who for the second and third. Maybe a good tight end, maybe not. Like, you're going to like, all right, I got to just go with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, because at least at any moment they can just do it. Yeah, the problem is a lot of game changers don't know how to manage a game, though. Patrick Mahomes can be a game changer, but he also has won Super Bowls now being a game manager. Same thing with Tom Brady. Yeah, Colin definitely cares about physicality more than anything. Not more than anything, but that means a lot to him. Goff throws a beautiful ball. Again, if you watch the game for the Lions versus the Cowboys, Brady was all over it. Yeah, a quarterback like Tom Brady also just understood the game situationally better than anyone else. He understood the score is 13-10, and the name of the game now is like no turnovers, no nothing, field position, time of possession, no three and outs. And that is a lot of Bill Belichick, which he credits. Well, I think also, it's funny. We think about like these quarterbacks and these players, and a lot of times people forget that coaches need to figure it out. Coaches, everyone knows Derrick Henry's this great back, but like the coaching staff now has to figure out what do we do with Derrick Henry. Like we know what he can do, but we have to now figure out how do we want to utilize Derrick Henry. I think people forget that coaches also have to like learn and grow and evolve figure stuff out as well. Well, it's funny because Purdy's actually pretty dynamic. Goff, less so. Yeah, I feel like people have already forgotten Tom Brady's greatness, honestly. Because we're just already in an era. I mean, think about it. And this is what I said too about Mahomes. Like, everyone is so quick to say that Patrick Mahomes is like, the next GOAT or already the GOAT. And it's like, you really think that's the end? Like, we already got Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. And maybe it's not those quarterbacks. Maybe it's another quarterback 5-10 years from now. Like LeBron James, that's it. Basketball, there's not going to be anyone greater than him. We already got Wembanyama now. And Wembanyama is like, he's now got the youth. He's obviously got the physicality. As long as he stays healthy, he's probably going to end up breaking. As long as he stays healthy, he will break the points record, rebounds record. And it just, these things always keep going. And so you're just already on to the next one. And this is what I said about like a Jordan Love or a CJ Stroud. Like if CJ Stroud was able to win a Super Bowl this season, probably more than anything, or Jordan Love for that matter, people would start to say, can he surpass Patrick Mahomes, right? It's like if you get those two, it's probably a little too late for Lamar. Not that he can't surpass Patrick Mahomes, but like since he's already played for so long, if he won another one, like I think he would have to win back-to-back for people to start to say, can he get more rings than Lamar? Pretty similar to what happened with Steph Curry and LeBron James, right? Like when Steph won his first ring, people weren't like, can he surpass LeBron? But once he won a few more, then they were like, what happens if Steph retires with more rings than LeBron, right? Like, what does that mean? That's what would happen for someone like a Lamar or Josh Allen, I think. Because right now, this is definitely more dominated by Patrick Mahomes, of course. Well, and that's the thing. The three-peat, people think that if they three-peat, that alone is like he's the GOAT. It's proof that he's the GOAT. Andy Reid. Andy Reid's Big Daddy. Yeah, there's that big emphasis on physicality. Well, and see, that's what's crazy. The MVPs, though, here's the problem, though. You run the risk until Lamar Jackson. So here's the thing. This is the way how I view it. Lamar Jackson could lose in playoff games if he played better. Like, the problem is you get all these MVPs, and that's why I always defend Josh Allen. Josh Allen has not cost playoff games for the Bills. That's just not my view of it. So even though Josh Allen hasn't had playoff success in terms of the Bills, I don't blame Josh Allen. And again, I don't really even fully blame Lamar either, but Lamar definitely does get the brunt of it because you do have moments that are just not good enough, and so it's easy to be like he's just not good. Like, like he's winning these MVPs, he's doing these regular, which I think it is to a degree. Again, you need context. Like I said, I blamed coaching and all these other things, but to a degree, it is fair criticism to say this season's been great, Lamar's been great, show me in the playoffs. I really think that's totally fair criticism, which I think is what I said in my one video, and a lot of people got mad about. And it was like, that's just what happens if you keep getting MVPs and you're so great, that's just what it becomes about. And it's about that with Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott. It's like that about all these quarterbacks, less so Jalen because he hasn't been playing as long, who have great regular season success and then come up short in the playoffs. Yeah, that's interesting. If he gets one, he will relax in the playoffs. Yeah, I wonder. Honestly, I think it so much depends on the coaching. Yeah, listen, Mahomes is no doubt wildly impressive. The one thing that I want to see Lamar Jackson just improve on, which I think I also said today, was, and I get it, not everyone's uniform, not everyone is the same, but Lamar in the game against the Commanders, right, he got sacked, and you see him bang the football. At first I thought he was maybe injured or something. I thought he was kind of like banging the ground in agony, but you see him holding the football in his hand and he's, banging the grass, and like, I think that emotional side can hurt you to a degree. It's not to say that everyone needs to be like emotionally neutral. It's just like, because he even did that in the playoffs, actually, when he threw the interception or whatever happened. I think he slammed his helmet down. And it's like, dude, it's a 1-score game. You are still 1,000% in this game. At the very least, you need to show everyone else, like, you are the quarterback, you are the leader of this team. At the minimum, you need to show everyone else that you're still in this game. By you doing that, it makes everyone else now uncomfortable. So that is the one thing that I would love to see Lamar evolve. I don't know. I don't have the confidence that the Ravens won't forget to run the ball with Henry. Honestly, I'm so scarred by whatever happened versus the Chiefs. I mean, to me, it's just, I kept saying it's indefensible. Whatever that game plan was absolutely and utterly indefensible. I think Mahomes is a little bit more even keel. Well, and some people, I actually talked about this before. Some people use that against Aaron Rodgers. I think like even Colin Cowherd does, because when you have such a great touchdown to interception ratio, it shows that you're not really taking chances. And it's kind of like, sometimes you got to take chances to be able to get you over the hump. You have plenty of great quarterbacks who throw plenty of interceptions. Obviously, it all has to be within, balance. But I do get the argument. I don't have a strong opinion on it, but it is an interesting argument that if Rodgers was more aggressive and took more chances, maybe you have more success. Which is why he like leads the league or career or whatever it is, I think, in like, free yards or whatever, like if someone jumps off sides and you throw it, because like that's when he takes his chances, because there's no risk for it, right? There's no risk of interception. So I do think it's a fair argument, but I don't have like, it's an argument. I don't have a strong conclusion about it. I think that would matter more if he had a better defense. But when you're lacking on a defense, I think you got to probably take more chances. It's just crazy the way how someone can be great and their career is just different depending on who their coach is. I mean, again, we talk about these great all-time great quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes. It's not lucky, or I mean, it's not, you have Patrick Mahomes with Andy Reid, an all-time great coach. You have Tom Brady with an all-time coach, right? You have the defensive GOAT and you have the offensive GOAT, and you have the two quarterbacks who are considered the GOATs. I mean, that's not just luck. So then you have another all-time great in Aaron Rodgers, and you have Mike McCarthy as the head coach. Or if you want to say that Lamar Jackson is an all-time great, and it's like John Harbaugh. It's like it's just gonna hurt you. Well, so a lot of Brady fans now say that. People really think that Belichick is just awful because he didn't win with Mac Jones. And it's like, what did you want him to do with Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi? Well, that's exactly right. Manning didn't have that luxury either. I think Harbaugh and Mike McCarthy have like pretty much identical records and playoff records and win percentage. Because Harbaugh only has one ring, right? He only has the one ring with Flacco, because the year that they won before, That was with I don't remember the coach's name. That was like with Shannon Sharp and stuff, right? Yeah. I'm not good with history, but that was like that more like old school, hard, physical, like defensive led team. Weren't they kind of considered bullies? Wasn't there a 30 for 30 all about them? Trent Dilfer, exactly. That's the name. Right. Those guys are winning games by throwing the ball like 15 times or something. And that was still the era with like the gigantic shoulder pads. Well, cutting down people on your own team makes zero sense to me. That makes no sense because you should take more pride. That's why I think you see a lot of fans are more fans of an individual player than they are the team. But the fact that you'll have people be like, you had people trying to bring down Derrick Henry because they were really big Lamar fans. And it's like, what? Now you want to bash Derrick Henry, who's literally an all-time great running back? Like, if you want to make the argument that he's past his prime, like, okay, that's at least an argument you can make. I'm okay with that. But to act like Lamar, like Derrick Henry's not that dude, I mean, like, that's just insane. It's interesting. I try to figure it out. Are they just were they ever like the fans of a team, or are they new fans who got brought into it, right? Like, I see this more in basketball more than anything than football, because historically football was definitely always more fans of the team, right? It's always like the jersey on the name on the front, not on the back, right? That's what they always say. But I think maybe now that these quarterbacks have gotten so popular, it's a little bit less like that now. But basketball was always like, I'm a fan of the player, right? You're a fan of LeBron, not the Cleveland Cavaliers, right? LeBron goes to Miami, he goes to Lakers, like, you're going to follow him as a fan. But I'm just curious, those Lamar fans, were they ever Ravens fans? Were they just not football fans? Were they casual fans? I don't even mean casual in like the most negative way, but just like a more general fan. And then like a Lamar, because you see this with Mahomes as well. Again, they want to act like Travis Kelce isn't like an all-time great tight end, and it's like, what? And so I just try to think, like, were those fans like actually watching Chiefs games or Ravens games or whoever? That to me I find interesting. I think Trevor Lawrence could still be something. I don't think Doug Peterson is the guy. I think Doug Peterson is probably like a Mike McCarthy, honestly. He can run a team. He can, say all the right things. You'll trust him with your kid or your niece or nephew, like I always say. But he's not the guy to really elevate your team and take you to the next level. Well, and so that's the cool thing about how I naturally was, honestly. Well, defense is making a comeback now. That's why passing is down. Defense is definitely making a comeback, and that's why running is up. But it's funny. I used to never watch like all the games, and then like slowly over time, I just found myself kind of watching all these games, which then made these sports shows more interesting to me because then I started to like know the other games and the teams. Then I would start to watch like Thursday night, Monday night, Sunday night football. To be like, oh, I'm gonna watch this game even though I don't really care about it, because then it makes the Collins episode on Friday or whatever like more interesting. I actually know it, and I feel like it gives you a decent sense now of like what's happening around the league. And then obviously doing this channel, I literally talk to the fan bases like literally all the fan bases, and so I do feel like I have like a decent understanding of how people are thinking, but I still can't figure out where some of the hyper fans of Lamar, of Mahomes, of whoever, like that is someone I still struggle to like really like make sense of, to really figure out like who are you? Because it doesn't feel like then you've been a true fan. Because you would be praising your team. If you're a true Chiefs fan, you would be like, that's right, we got the best coach. That's right, we got the best defense. That's right, we got the best tight end. That's right. Like, you would say, like, that's right, we got that. And you would say it with pride, and you'd be so excited. But instead, you're like, they're not that good. They weren't good until Mahomes. And it's like, why are you saying, like, what? Still can't make sense. Well, that's also the thing. I think to myself, how old are some of these people? Are they really old? Are they young? Like, it's like, So I saw a meme, JCT, where it was like, it showed Nick Foles and Doug Peterson, and it was like, can you believe these two guys beat, the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl? With the greatest trick play in the history of the Super Bowl? Yeah, I can definitely see them getting a lot of young fans for sure. It's so funny because, we say casual as a bad thing, which I get, but then I try to think of like, what's the other word for the people though who watch all the other games, who are gonna watch the Texans play, you know, the Packers, and it's like, what is that term then? Yeah, the LeBron stands. I only recently realized that the stands was in reference to Eminem. I had no idea. I'll be totally honest. I get fandom. I really do. But any intense worship of any player, I don't get. I struggle with. I get it. I love watching great players, and I can get into it, but like, and I can even be inspired by it. Um, but like, yeah, the extra level intensity of these people is something that I don't always understand. The closest I got to that, I feel like, was Steph Curry, because I did find his three and his shooting just so electric. And it was just like, also rooting for the Warriors did make you feel like you were part of something special. Like, you were just like, oh my God. Like, especially when they got KD. And I was living in California, and it was like, that's right. Like, you did. You did feel like you were kind of like part of something. So I got it. But I was never like, Steph Curry could do no wrong. Steph Curry's the most amazing person in the entire world. Steph Curry, Steph Curry, Steph Curry. Like, it was like, I'm really excited. This is awesome, and I'm getting into this. But like, I don't know. It's when people are like blinded by things. Well, the Caitlin Clark fans are interesting because you definitely have a lot of people that know nothing about nothing. I mean, oh my God, I made, when I make some of my basketball videos on the other channel, some people definitely know ball, but other people are like, it's like, do you know how basketball is played? I forget, something happened where I made a video about Caitlin Clark, and I said something, I forget what it was, and yeah, people, I think it was about Kelsey Mitchell or something, and they were really upset because I said Kelsey Mitchell is kind of messing up the flow a little bit, and they need to restructure their offense. And people, oh, this is what they said. They said she's a shooting guard. Kelsey Mitchell shoots. That's what she does. And I'm like, I think you're getting a little lost in in the positions. Like, just because you're technically a shooting guard doesn't mean your only role is to shoot. Like, that's not really how modern day basketball is played. And I didn't even really know where to even like take the conversation. Yeah, so I had always watched. So I always watched a lot of basketball. Um, And but I definitely watched more football. But I always watched basketball playoffs. I always find basketball playoffs wildly entertaining. What Steph did for me was started to make me watch the regular season more, without a doubt. That was like, I gotta watch Steph versus LeBron, Steph versus KD, like those matchups. And then when I started to really get in more into the Warriors, then I really just watched, like when they won, in their 1 year when they won, what is it, 73 games, right, 73, 73 and 9. I watched like probably like 80% of those games. And then once they got KD, I was watching all that because that was like box office. Yeah, in order for Caleb to really be unlocked, Caleb definitely needs that. He to be special, you need a special coach as well. So I think Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese have awful fans personally. I think both of them have really bad fans. But it's, listen, some of the issues that people talk about with Caitlin Clark fans, they definitely exist. Even the things that I've pushed back at. But I don't think the ugly side of other fans. My problem with the whole discourse between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese has always been that, like, all of the negative fans of Caitlin Clark are highlighted, and none of the other negative fans of the other fan bases, like Angel Reese, for instance, are highlighted. That's kind of more of my problem more than anything. Well, and that's ultimately why I stopped making videos of Caitlin Clark on this channel. Because I was like, the conversations that we're having right now, I don't like. And again, remember earlier in the conversation when I brought up the certain thing that people have accused me of? I was getting that more with Caitlin Clark, and I was like, I don't like. I was like, I don't really like this, not because I'm afraid of the conversation. Like, I'm ready. Like, let's go for it. But also, it's not the type of conversations that I'm really trying to have. And then it's like now people are. It's like we're having the wrong conversations. It's like I don't want to, like, I want to talk about the things that matter more. And I do think some of the conversations that were being had around Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese were important to have, because I think we were veering off into a very bizarre direction that, like, it felt cool to kind of be able to, like, share my opinion and try to, like, have those conversations, but it just got too weird, and to me it felt like it pulled away from some of the real conversations that I want to have on this channel. Yeah, and then that's what I mean. Like, it just got bizarre, and then it got frustrating, and people were just having the wrong conversations and highlighting the wrong. It just, yeah, any of that baiting, I have major issues with. Like, I have major. If we're gonna have a real conversation about it, I'm all for that. But the other thing that I also realized too, is um it's not always easy to have that conversation, and because I actually made a video talking more about that, because of the whole thing that happened with Caitlin, Asia Wilson, and how she kind of was like on that, like, hot mic or whatever, where she was kind of saying stuff, and it's like that conversation is those, all the conversations that really talked about with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark need to be had live, right? Or you need someone, because let's say I say something, it could easily be misunderstood, and you really need someone to be like, well, wait, what did you mean by that? And then it's like, oh, let me clarify. And that's the problem when you just make a video, especially because, like, I'm shooting from the hip, just saying stuff, and I could easily say something that maybe was taken wrong, or I just worded it poorly, and it's like, no, that's not what I meant. It happened, case in point, with Lamar Jackson, with the whole run read quarterback. It's like I say one sentence, and people are like, this is what you think, and it's like, that's not what I meant. And I actually said that from the very beginning of this channel, that I'm looking to build a community in a channel where if I say something and maybe it's said the wrong way or whatever it may be, whether it's my fault or just interpreted wrong, I want to be able to have a community where I can come back and say, hey, this is not actually really what I meant, this is what I want to say, and have people be like, oh, okay, that's great, rather than it be like, you're just trying to change your opinion, or you're just trying to do this. It's like, no, it's like, it's actually trying to build something that's like actually built on trust. If any of that just made sense. Oh, Angel Reese has really bad fans. That's what I'm saying. There's no way around it. And so does Caitlin Clark. Believe me, there's some comments that are said on the other channel that I'm like, oh, come on, what is this, man? Well, it's like, what are you doing? No one even said anything about the weirdest thing when I first started this channel. This doesn't happen now, ironically, considering it's more close to the whole political season. Don't say any names, please, because I don't want this channel to ever be like flagged as like political or whatever. But like people, I would be talking about the Chiefs or something. And I'll be like, oh, the Chiefs versus the Ravens, this or that. This was last season, and they were like, oh, you must watch, and they would name, a certain news, site or whatever to try to be like, I'm this, and then I make another video, and people would say, yeah, you sound like this, and it's like the opposite end, and I'm like, well, which party do you think I am with? And it's just like, what are you even talking about right now? It's like, I just made a Chiefs video about Patrick Mahomes and, can they beat the Bills in the playoffs? Like, what does that have to do about anything right now? Or I made a whole video, one of the earlier videos about Taylor Swift in the NFL and what it all means, and because I find it frustrating personally. And someone was like, oh yeah, well, there's someone that I think you'd probably like. You sound like so and so. And I'm like, all right, man, we're talking about sports here. Sports fans, the whole thing can be. But it's like what Colin always says, which I, agree with, where it's, fan is short for fanatic. But that is why I think sports are awesome too, though. It's like I also always say, like, sports on one hand matters so much, right? It obviously matters to us. We care, we love it. We watch these videos, we watch all the games, right? We get so into it. If they win, we're happy. If they lose, we're upset. But it also doesn't matter at all. It's the one thing that matters so much, but it also does not matter at all. And it's just, I find that fascinating. I think Angel Reese doesn't like Caitlin Clark more than Caitlin Clark doesn't like Angel Reese. I don't know. I don't think it's a strong issue, but I think Angel Reese probably believes more of some of the things that Asia Wilson has said and some of the fandom. Like, I think Angel Reese probably buys into it. And I don't even think it's 100% her fault. I think it's probably the people and the team around her, her own personal upbringing. Like, I don't think Angel Reese is a bad person. And I like the rivalry. I like the back and forth. That's why I wanted to see them be on the Olympics together and play together, because I think it would be cool. I think it's probably more similar, honestly, to a LeBron and Steph Curry rivalry. There was definitely a section where LeBron James did not like Steph. And he felt like Steph was stepping on his kingdom, essentially, and his popularity. And, other people can speak better to this than me personally, obviously. But, like, I think there was that issue because they were trying to act like Steph was more popular because he was more generally pleasing to the average person because he's not all tatted up and things of that nature. And I think LeBron, my read of that was like LeBron was kind of irritable about all of that, right? Because he grew up rich, grew up in the NBA. At least that's what the media narrative tried to construct. But I confess that was definitely more at a time when I was less dialed in to like what the real conversations were being had. Yeah, I'm sure Angel Reese does get upset about that. That's what I'm saying. I don't blame her because Angel Reese is the main character in her own movie. She is not in Caitlin Clark's movie, so it's just like, you know, that's why she's like, hey, I'm doing something here too. Yeah, it'll help the sport if Angel and Caitlin Clark can like really battle for MVPs, battle for games, playoffs. The problem is I don't know how Angel Reese closes the gap because at the end of the day, Caitlin Clark just plays a more fun, a more like aesthetically pleasing game to watch. Right? Caitlin Clark makes the threes, has the exciting passes. If Angel Reese averages 30 rebounds a game, that would be wild, but it's not like people aren't like, that's right, get that rebound. You know what I mean? You're not like that. Caitlin Clark makes a logo three or breaks someone's ankles and makes an unbelievable pass, down the court. That makes your eyeballs fall out. So it's like it's just always going to be more aesthetically pleasing. And that's also a problem that women have because they can't like ferociously dunk or bring that energy. Where Angel Reese, if she was the male version of all of that, she would get rebounds, but then also have like a ferocious putback dunk. She obviously can't do that. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. That's exactly right with Asia. Well, and that's the thing, right? People love flashy. And I get it. At the end of the day, you're just trying to be entertained. But listen, honestly, it was the rivalry between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark is that what got me into it. I'm not gonna pretend this is what always drove me crazy. When Colin Cowherd and Nick Ray, all those guys started talking about college basketball, they all started to pretend like they had any idea what was going on in women's basketball. And there's just no way. There's just no way. I know how busy I am with all of this stuff, and it's not on the level of them. And they all wanted to pretend like they now knew all these players and that they know what's going on. And I'll be honest, it was like what got me to watch this was like, oh, there's this rival between Angel and Caitlin Clark. And honestly, they were talking about it being like, potentially, for more bad reasons and all of that. But it was like Caitlin Clark's really popular, and so is this Angel Reese, and they're going to be playing against each other. And this, I was like, okay, I'll watch that. And I watch it, and I see the back and forth. And then I got sucked in more because then I started commenting on posts and stuff. And I was like, oh, Caitlin Clark's legit, this or that. And then I had people jump on at me. And then that's when I started actually double downing, where I'm like, wait a second. Again, like, you're going to accuse me of some of this nonsense. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. And then I look more closely, and, it's like then you kind of get involved in all of that. Does Angel Reese has more swag than Caitlin Clark? I don't know. Caitlin Clark definitely's got, like, intensity. So Angel Reese might have more swag, but Caitlin Clark has more intensity. Who are you trying to go out on a date with more? Angel Reese or Caitlin Clark? Like, who are you trying to chill? Not a date. Who are you trying to chill with? Who do you think's more? Who do you think's a more fun hang? Probably Angel Reese. Angel Reese, you're gonna laugh with a lot more. Caitlin Clark, I feel like you're gonna be like, yeah, watching any cool TV shows? She'll be like, no, I don't really watch TV. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Angel would be like, that's my song! And like blast it. Which I would love to talk ball with her because I think that would be interesting. But listen, I don't know if you guys watch a lot of those games, but like some of those games are ugly, man. Like some of the shots they take and the layups they take. Like, it is weird to watch it and feel like you absolutely positively could be better, right? I don't watch the NBA and think I could be better. I don't watch the NFL and think like I could be better. There's certain throws that I'm like, yeah, I can make that throw. But again, on a very small level. I'm not saying I watched Josh Allen, make a throw and I'm like, I could do that. But I'm watching the WNBA and I'm like, oh my God, why did you just shoot that ball like that? Like, what did you actually think you were going to make that layup? Like, I don't even, like, what even was that? Like, what is the shot selection? Well, that's why I always say sports is the great equalizer, right? It's like if you ball, you can ball. If you can't, you can't, right? It doesn't matter what you are. If you can ball, you can ball. That's such a true point. That's exactly right. I'm not watching the finals, but I would be locked in. A playoff series between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, I am locked in. I'm like, let's go for that. But that's also why the WNBA is absurd. They have like a 3-game series. Like the playoffs are the most exciting part of any sport. That's what the NBA understood. That's why they got rid of their 5-game series and has everything 7-game series. It's because you're locked in. And the fact that the WNBA doesn't do that now, it's like, dude, a 7-game series with Caitlin Clark in it, that would be box office. Yeah, but baseball did that. They have they have best of 5, and their wild card is best of 3. It's like, dude, what are you doing? This is just bad business economically. Wait, who's got that Kobe? Angel or Caitlin Clark? Honestly, again, people get upset when you make statements like this, but they have a little bit less of everything, right? They can't jump, they can't land. Like, you could even see when they lose their balance, they can't like regain it in the same way. Like, I've actually, so that was actually my first read. Um, One of my first like real games of like actually really locking in and watching it was the Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark. And my first read was they're not as good as men, obviously. I don't think that's controversial. To some people it is. But yeah, the one wild card game was absurd. It was definitely extra intense, but that's just baseball can't be done like that. Baseball is too crazy where the greatest hitter in the world can go 0 for 5 and it's just like to have it come down to one game is just absurd. But I watched the Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark like in college, and my takeaway was like they're not as good, but that's what actually kind of makes it fun because because in the NBA right now, there's too many give me's, right? 9 out of 10 times when a player is really wide open, it's like they're gonna drain it, right? They have easy layups, easy dunks, breakaways. In for women, it's like layups. You're like, I don't know. Even the way they shoot their layups, they like sling. Like they start so low and they fling it up. Like I still don't even understand how or why they do it. Like they can't just go up because they can't jump. Like I don't really understand. Oh well, when Paige comes in and Haley Van Lith, um, I think also like those girls coming into the league, obviously people are going to be really attracted to them as well. That's going to bring a lot of intense fans and stuff like that. Isn't that girl real young? That 7'4" Chinese girl, isn't she like? Okay, she turns 20 in 3 years when she turns 20. Oh, so she's 17. I thought she was younger than that. Juju will bring intensity. Yeah, I think the WNBA will be interesting because you're going to have a balance between people who are just attracted to some of these players as well as people who like actually like them as players as well. But honestly, it's the same way even in men's sports. There's absolutely people who like Steph Curry because they think he's attractive or whatever it may be. When you really think about it, there's not really a lot of really popular like you know non-attractive players. Anyone who's not attractive just gets made fun of. male or female. So I feel like the WNBA will benefit from having some of these people like that. What is the rule for the WNBA? Is it you have to be 20? Well, Paige, she's not as tall as she looks, right? Isn't Paige only 5'11"? She looks like she's like 6'4". But I feel like she's only like 5'11". I could be wrong. Well, you know what's crazy too? So there's not a lot of teams, obviously, in the WNBA, right? So the odds of like Paige or Haley or Juju, like these girls could end up being on with Angel, with Caitlyn, right? Like who's the one girl from the Lakers who people are also very attracted to? Isn't she like the goddaughter of Steph Curry? Or maybe I made that up. Whatever her name is. She tore her ACL or something in her knee. Well, usually you graduate college when you're 18, high school and 18. Yeah, Cameron Brink. Right? So like eventually you're going to have a lot of these like popular players really playing together on the same team because there's only so many teams to go around. So that's going to be interesting. Really? So international players can play before American players? How does that make sense? Hey man, Porzingis got that ring. I love how a lot of these girls have such attitude, right? You can see that they definitely like they all look like that they played like a lot of pickup, a lot of street ball. Like you can see how Haley talks, how Paige talks. Like they definitely like got that attitude. It's actually pretty funny. Anytime you ever listen to them talk, you're like, where are you from? Where are you from right now? They have a lot of confidence. I wonder how Haley will be because she's also kind of small. And hasn't she played for like 3 different colleges now? Yeah, but I honestly I think Haley looks the best. I'm not gonna lie. Well, she definitely did not have a good game in that in in the in college. I don't know if Haley can lead a team though. That's true. Caitlin Clark is also obviously WNBA ready. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if the WNBA can ever do enough because they have the potential to really run the summer because there's not a ton going on the summer. Because obviously NFL is king. You have the NBA starts, obviously, like in the middle of the NFL season. But it's like the very beginning of the NBA. And it's like by the time the NBA is like finally like about to like get into the playoffs, the play in, the NFL has been done. And then those playoffs end, and you have the time now for the WNBA. Like, I was actually enjoying watching some WNBA games. But like I forget who said it, but like, we're there for the drama. I was there for like the moment of like, what nonsense is going to happen to Caitlin Clark now? Oh, Caitlin Clark is playing Angel Reese. Like, what's going to happen? Like, you are watching for some drama, some nonsense. I wonder if that eventually loses its, you know, its attraction. Right, and you had the Olympic break and stuff. The Olympics for men's basketball was without a doubt some of the most exciting sports moments I've ever had personally. No question about it. I watched the one game. I think it was I forget now already if it was against Jokic or Wembanyama, where I left that game thinking that was the best game I've ever seen. I think it was against Jokic, Serbia, where I was like, that was the greatest game I ever saw. And then KD came out and said that was the greatest game I was ever part of. Because I texted my one friend and I was like, I think that was I was like, that was one of the craziest games I've ever seen. And he corrected. He was like, craziest Olympic games you've ever seen. And then I found a clip where KD was like, that was the craziest game I've ever been a part of. And I'm like, well, KD says it. Who am I? Oh, I don't think Reese was bad. Yeah, the semifinals was versus Jokic. I've been meaning to go back and watch that game because I was stressed out for it. I was actually like, man, why do I care so much about this right now? And I was like, I don't want Jokic to win. Like, come on, are you kidding me? People are talking about people that are obsessed with people. The media has an obsession with Jokic. I was like, I don't want that now, man. Come on. Because like in the middle of the game, I was already trying to be like, I was split between like, hey, they can come back. It's not over. It's not over. You know basketball. It's all good. They're really hot right now, and the Team USA is really cold. It's gonna, it could balance out. Just relax. But then I'm also kind of like, it's all right. This doesn't really matter. None of this matters. Just the Olympics. No one cares about the Olympics. So I was like caught between two emotions while watching that game. Well, that's the case, right? Cece, Caitlin Clark became a true top player in the WNBA. Angel Reese had a great rookie year. Yeah, and the media also, right? The fans and the media have an obsession with Jokic. Yeah, not having Jalen there was pretty wild. But I mean, he got his ring. He got his MVP, his finals MVP. I think he's happy. No way. Honestly, watching Team USA, like, I actually felt kind of like, I don't want to say pride, but I don't know. Because I'm definitely not that type of person. But it was definitely kind of like, I don't know. I think it was more like these are the people that I've rooted for my seemingly my whole life, right? Like KD, LeBron, and Steph, like those are my dudes, right? Like those are the real players that I really saw from the start to the finish of their careers, right? Like that I really felt like I watched these guys play. So watching them win together definitely made me feel like it felt me more connected to it, probably more than anything, honestly. And I know that it was coming to, that I know their careers are coming to an end as well. Which then was a bummer. Because that was a bummer. Because that was actually the last time you really saw LeBron be like old. Right? You literally saw it. And he doesn't dye his hair, so you saw the gray in his beard and his hair, and you're just like, oh man, like this is a legit end of LeBron. I'm like, this is kind of a bummer now. Dude, Joel Embiid was a huge hero. The one game he was so important, and everyone went out. LeBron said it, KD said it. Joel Embiid has just had bad luck with injuries, and also the Sixers have no idea how to support Joel Embiid. You already know my answer. He is not a playoff choker. His body fails him, man. And I already did the deep analysis because everyone was like, I used to get in a fight with some guy. He doesn't come around anymore. I thought he was going to be around this season, and I haven't seen him. He kept saying, "Oh, look what Jokic does, and look versus what Embiid does." And I'm like, Jokic has the better coach, the better players around him. I mean, like Embiid has had no one. Again, Jokic is an unbelievable player, no doubt about it. But yeah, Embiid has not had the talents around him. So I don't know if he's Josh Allen's. It's funny you say that. I don't know if he is because Joel Embiid gets injured too much. Yeah, because Embiid's the only one that can body up. Yeah, it is unfortunate of all his injuries. Some of it is just his body and bad luck, and it is what it is. Some of it is also like he's not smart how he plays. Like he does certain things where you're like, you don't need to do that, and no one's gonna be mad at you and say you're not hustling hard enough. You need to preserve your body better. Yeah, he never had a Jamal Murray. He never even had a Oh my god, why can't I think of the other guy? Right, he had Ben Simmons who quit, Harden out of prime. He had Jimmy Butler for not even a whole season, and during that playoff run, um, uh, Jimmy Butler averaged less points than Jamal Murray. He has Tyrese Maxey, who's now starting to come into his own prime. I mean, it's like, who do you want? Who do you want Joel Embiid to win with? Right, Steph Curry has Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and again, I obviously love Steph Curry, as you guys know. Right, had KD, LeBron James has Anthony, AD, or Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh. It's like, what? Like, what are we talking about here? Right, but they had someone like Ben Simmons who was afraid to shoot. But then they lost to one of the craziest shots ever with oh my god, I cannot think of anyone's names these days. The other guy who keeps getting injured. Oh my god, what's his name? Kawhi Leonard, thank you. Thank you. I was trying to think of it before someone said it, and I was like, oh my god, I can't. As someone who's had so many injuries, I'm just never gonna hold anyone's feet to the fire for getting injured and stuff. It just is what it is. People want to say that, right? It's Joel Embiid, he's not in shape, and it's like, yeah, he is. I know he's a little bit heavier than some other people, but that's like That's not the problem. Kawhi Leonard is jacked and shredded. The dude gets injured every 5 seconds. It's just the way how some bodies are. Steph Curry is a twig and like never gets injured. Out of shape, but then the dude puts up, what did he put up, 50 points versus the Knicks? Didn't he have a 50-point game? I forget. He definitely had a big, huge moment. Right. That's what I thought. Yeah, with his ankles. Then surgeons were able to just, do their voodoo, and now he's good. Oh my God. Think about how that, like, saved, obviously. It saves his entire legacy. I mean, it's just crazy. Yeah, Ben Simmons apparently, and again, obviously I have no idea how true this is, but Ben Simmons apparently likes the lifestyle more than anything else, right? He's dating Kardashians or Jenners or, whatever the heck their names are. Right? Wants the money, wants to walk around Hollywood and be that guy. You're young, you're rich, famous women like you. It's like, but that's just crazy. One of the things that made me not like Ben Simmons was before he was ever drafted, and it made me suspicious. And it's the same thing that I've said about some of these quarterbacks and why not liking Shador Sanders and stuff like this. It was when Ben Simmons was playing in college, and there was a guy. He was in street clothes because he was walking, through the tunnel or whatever into the locker room, I guess. And there was a guy videotaping him, right? And it was a guy who clearly worked for like a network, right? Like it was a real full on camera. It wasn't like some random fan. And the guy was just backing up, like videotaping him walking in, and the guy trips and falls. And Ben Simmons does nothing. Ben Simmons just kind of like looks at him, like stops for a second, and then just kind of keeps walking. And the fact that your like initial reaction wasn't like, "Oh man, are you okay?" and doesn't like reach down to help him, I was like, that guy's a little into himself. Like how you watch someone fall and your immediate reaction is like, "Oh man, you all right?" Like it's not like there was tons of people around him. It was just like him. Like it wasn't like I could understand if there was a lot going on, but the fact that he was just like, "Meh, this guy exists to videotape me and nothing else." I'm like, I don't know about that, man. Would he have? Is he a citizen? Would he have been able to play for Team USA? I assume he's a citizen. If Embiid's a citizen, because he was born in Australia. Was he born in Australia, or was he born in the U.S. then moved to Australia? So he was born in Australia, so he's probably like a naturalized citizen or whatever. They all played together in high school together, like Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons. They all played in that famous area that I actually went to. Not like spent time there, but like I was there like once or twice. I forget what it's called. I think it's where LeBron James. I don't know if it was Bronny or his other son went to high school there. It's like a famous area. It's like around Beverly Hills, but it's like something I forget. It's another name. Canyon. D'Angelo Russell has had a wild career. Sierra Canyon. Yeah, 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 yeah. There's some crazy areas in LA that will like, unless you've been there, it'll be like, it'll make you blown away by what they got going there. Um, Forget what I was about to say. D'Angelo Russell. Yeah, D'Angelo Russell. He messed some stuff up. Do you know from experience? They come from there and Miami. I don't know, man. New York's got some. Well, that's what I mean. That drama, like, that's crazy. I've been to Miami, but I haven't really spent time there because I was there for a wedding, and it was in like a wealthy old person area in Boca Raton. So I flew into Miami, and I was only there for like a minute, and I was like, "Oh my god, where is this place?" I feel like a place like Miami. If I lived there when I was younger, it would have been trouble. That whole thing was wild. I bet, but it also gets so hot in Miami. Oh yeah. Well, and that's also part of the problem with AAU. It's turned into a whole business. There's so much money to be made and connections to be made. The NBA is definitely wild. Like the whole basketball uh, setup is crazy. Well, South Beach also don't like their clubs and stuff not close until like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, for like whatever it is. Most places in the country, it's like it closes at 2. Is that a saying? Nepotism Basketball Association? Is that actually like a legit saying? If not, that's pretty great. I think they hate just listen. People are gonna hate Bronny for multiple reasons. Man, you got to put that on a T-shirt. Um, People hate Bronny for a few reasons. One, they don't like him because they don't like LeBron. Two, some of them are not going to like him because they feel that he was given something that he was not deserving of. Three, they don't like that LeBron said that he's better than starters in the NBA right now, and so people are going to be like, "Oh yeah, no, he's not." So they're going to look for reasons as to why that's not true. Like some of it is deserved, some of it is undeserved. Some of it is like, because some people are like, oh, give this kid a break. And it's like, well, one, when your dad is LeBron James, you already got the biggest break in your entire life, okay? Your dad is literally one of the most popular and most powerful athletes of all time. LeBron James, Bronny James is not a victim. And now he even made his own money in the NBA. So it's like, that's just what comes with it. Pay me $10 million and you can put me on every news show, every Twitter, YouTube, whatever. You can rip me apart. You can say that I'm just here because of my dad. You can say that I'm awful, that I'm trash, that I'm this, that I'm that. And it's like, okay, that comes with that comes with all the money. I'd love to live in a perfect world that's all purgatory where everyone is just kumbaya and really nice and we all sing and hold hands. That would honestly be awesome, but it's not. Well, yeah, and I think he comes from a good family because I'm sure LeBron James is, probably, a great father and a great, you know, runner of a family. I'm sure him and his wife, hold down a good family life and at least supportive more than anything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He probably is the most powerful player ever. Yeah, I think Bronny at the um at the end of the day, um what do you mean why did Vince Young fail? But I think Bronny will not be a star. Could he be a role player? Could he be a player that's like, on a team that gets minutes randomly or gets minutes at the very end? Well, isn't it the whole thing that LeBron's younger son, Bronny's younger brother, is actually really good at basketball and is considered to be more of the better basketball prospect? Yeah, exactly, Brace. So shooting is actually the one thing that they always talk about that you can absolutely improve on, which is interesting. Yeah, but usually the players are better than their fathers, but their fathers aren't these like all-time greats. Hey, Steph Curry's father was a good shooter. Lonzo, so they're different players though. I think Lonzo actually would have shaped up to be a pretty good basketball player if he didn't have the injury issues. I think LaMelo, of course, had the bigger potential, but I think Lonzo as a point guard, and again, he's a less flashy player, less points driven. Ken Griffey Jr. They both hit those home runs in the same game. Did they go back to back? Yeah, I really hope Lonzo can come back and play. I really, really hope. Because the whole thing is of him having knee problems because of those stupid big baller shoes. I mean, that would just be, ugh, that would just be awful. Yeah, that's just, I mean, that would just be insane. I'm curious. It's tough. Shador Sanders, like, I'm trying to think who he will be realistically in the NFL. Shador Sanders, if he's fortunate enough to go to a good team with a good coach, with a good culture, he could probably have success. If he gets drafted to like the Carolina Panthers, um, the New York Giants fire Brian Dable, and they get him like right. Like I think Shador Sanders has big, you know, explode. Not explosion, but like big blow up potential. I don't know. People have him poised to be like a top pick in the in the draft. So it's like who's right now going to be drafting first and second, right? Would it be the Panthers? But right, that's the thing, right? You're gonna draft a quarterback whose dad has the ability to pull a power play. It's like goodbye and good luck, man. I don't want that. Get me out of here. I don't need to have my quarterback's dad be like, they need to let my son pass more. And it's like I don't want that. And maybe Dion would understand and would fall in line and let his son be his son. But like, who knows? But I'm trying to think who is definitely drafting a quarterback this season. This coming draft. The Panthers. The Panthers. That's all I can think of right now. The Panthers, the Giants, the Raiders. I was gonna say the Jaguars, but not the Jaguars. Maybe the Colts. You don't know. It's definitely a possibility. The Colts probably wouldn't draft someone high, but I could see the Colts drafting like a third or fourth round, QB or something like that. They could draft. Yeah, the Jets absolutely could. Maybe even the Dolphins. But again, they would probably draft someone later in the, like a fourth round pick or something. Third. Because they obviously paid two all that money, but who knows the conversations that are being had there. I'm trying to think who else. So not a ton of teams, I guess. Would the Seattle Seahawks draft a quarterback? Well, it's funny. I was thinking the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys would also potentially be in one of those like late draft picks quarterbacks, but like, they did just pay Dak an insane amount of money, so probably not happening. But like, I always have to do it this way. I always just have to type in NFL teams. Yeah, so definitely the Raiders. The Browns. How did we miss that one? The Browns. The Titans. If Joe Burrow gets injured again, maybe the Bengals. But the Titans and the Browns and the Raiders. Maybe the Jets. You got the Giants. The Rams will probably look to maybe draft someone. But again, maybe not a high pick, but, look for someone. The NFC North is taken care of. And then you got the Panthers. So, yeah, definitely, a handful of teams. Yeah, because they only got so many more years of Stafford left. And it's not like Stafford is a problem necessarily right here. But yeah. Hold on, let me see something. Yeah, well, obviously if he can get to LA. But I'm trying to think though, like he wouldn't play realistically. Like he would play with the Panthers right away. He would play with the Raiders right away. Right away. That's Las Vegas. So that's that's got the energy. Cleveland. Yeah, he's not going to be happy in Cleveland. That's for sure. Tennessee. Tennessee's got some energy there. Yeah, I should be logging off. I still got to eat. Oh yeah, the Steelers would be interesting. I'm not sold on Fields. I know Justin Fields can do some stuff and can hide some issues. So with some of his mobility and stuff like that. I get it, but I just don't know. I just don't see Justin Fields as being the long-term answer. Shador Sanders to the Giants would be wild because then you got Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Jaden Daniels, and Shador Sanders. I mean, those are 4 very lively quarterbacks who, Hurts is probably the most boring one out of all of them, but like all 4 of those quarterbacks have just a lot of popularity, a lot of intense fandom, and it would be a constant battle between who's better, right? Jaden Daniels is better. Oh yeah, Jalen Hurts has been to a Super Bowl. Oh yeah, well Dak Prescott, led the league in rushing. Oh yeah, did you see what Shador Sanders did? Like it would be this constant, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I can't tell if I want that or if I would be exhausted by that. He's got that money. He's got that prime money. Oh, he still lives in Dallas? Well, that was the whole rumor, right? That if they don't sign Dak, that they're gonna they want Shador Sanders and they were gonna hire Dion for the Dallas Cowboys. That I wanted to see because that would be box office, and you are gonna have a ton of people tuning in to watch the Dallas Cowboys to see them fail. I'll be honest with you. Someone said that they think Baker Mayfield is an MVP candidate this season. I don't know about that noise, man. Well, if he beats the Ravens, I agree with that. And obviously, I don't live and die by PFF, but I do think it's an interesting PFF is an interesting floor to move from, right? And again, the perfect example of that is that Derek Carr is still technically the number 1 quarterback, and it's like that obviously needs context. But you have Joe Burrow number 2, Lamar Jackson 3, Purdy 4, Jaden Daniels 5, CJ Stroud 6, Kyler 7, Baker 8. And it's interesting because you got Patrick Mahomes all the way down at 14. The quarterbacks above Mahomes are Aaron Rodgers, Trevor Lawrence, Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins, Baker, Kyler, CJ. Like, you got a lot. And that's just passing. But if we look at offense as a whole, Brock Purdy is actually number 1 right now. Joe Burrow, Lamar, Jaden, CJ. Baker then moves up to 7, actually. And then Patrick Mahomes does get brought up to 10. Yeah, I think if the Bucs played the Commanders again, the Commanders would have won. That was a week 1 game getting situated. Well, it's funny. PFF has Sam Darnold as 24. So PFF's advanced analytics do not like Sam Darnold. But they have him above Dak Prescott. They have him below Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is 23. Daniel Jones, according to PFF, is better than Dak Prescott right now. But that's what makes what Jaden Daniels is doing is so crazy. Because you got Caleb Williams, 27, and Bo Nix at 32. And you have Jaden Daniels all the way up to 5. But all right, I'm gonna get going. I gotta go eat. I gotta go to sleep. Then I gotta wake up and make videos. Yeah, that was week 1. Jaden Daniels is already a different player. Like, do we really think Caleb Williams would play just as bad now if he played the Titans? Thank you, Truth. I believe in you. I believe what you're saying because you speak nothing but the truth. But yeah, this was definitely interesting. I want to try to do this stuff more. I just got to get more prepared and let other people know, let like on a video know that we're doing it. Yeah, I mean, look what the Ravens did in week 2. I mean, could you imagine losing to the if you said you're going to lose to the Raiders, you would be like, there's no chance the Ravens are going to lose to the Raiders. That loss to the Raiders absolutely could cost them the 1 seed. Because it should be a 3-way race between the Texans, the Ravens, and the Chiefs. I mean, that's... And you know the Ravens are going to drop another random game or two. I mean, that's, you know, that's just what happens in the NFL. Heck, I mean, would it be shocking if the Chiefs lose to, like, the Broncos or the Raiders, you know, any of those random games? Like, you could absolutely see that. It's hard to forget the Jets. Darnold. People, you know, they're too into it. But all right, I'm out. I will see y'all on another live stream and see y'all in the comments. But appreciate it. This was fun. Glad I'm figuring this stuff out more. And I'm going to go eat and go to sleep. Peace. Do people still say peace? I say peace.